All right. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to today's live stream. It's Monday. We've got a new week, new opportunities. Lots of very interesting opportunities in the market. I hope you like our new thumbnail for today. Figured, we're going to do a cartoon version of me and Dirk. Dirk is not here. He has very important meetings with the market makers, making sure that they keep hunting the stop losses. They go on this yearly hunt called the stop loss hunt, and they go out in the wilderness and they bring guns and they go out and they hunt for the elusive stop losses. You never know where you'll find those stop losses. If you're a market maker, gotta be on the lookout. Gotta be hunting those stop losses. Right. Okay. So what do we have? What do we have in the markets today? Well, it seems that we have quite depressing news. It seems that the relationship, the romantic bromance that we've seen between Elon Musk and Donald Trump has perhaps officially come to an end. Seems like they're setting up some type of divorce going on over in the land of the free. And while that is happening, Trump has started looking at someone else. China. Because China and the US is having a meeting. A little bit of a trade talk meeting. Who knows? Maybe they're going to talk about Elon as well. Is Trump going to be there? I don't know. Is Elon going to be there? Maybe. It's probably going to be outside on the street in his horrendous Cybertruck playing with Newstone with Newstone songs, being like, why? Why did you have to sign that bill, Trump? Why did you have to sign that humongous spending bill? And then Trump's like, oh, Elon, you can't go to Mars if you don't spend a lot of money. So we need a huge spending bill, Elon. A huge spending bill. How is this affecting the market? Well, nobody cares. that's pretty much it. Nobody cares. Who cares? Nobody cares. Do I care? Of course I care. I care quite a lot. I was really looking forward to seeing their relationship develop into sort of like a more long-term thing. What's happening right now is obviously all focus on the US-China trade talks event that we got in London coming up today. Do we have something interesting happening in the market? Yes, absolutely. I do think we have something very interesting happening in the market because the global equities has recently hit an all-time high. Look at the Bloomberg index for the, I don't know, not sure if it's the Bloomberg index, but it's an index of index. It's an index of indices. You take a lot of indices, you put it in an index, you put it on the chart, and it's at all-time high. Simple as that. Is the S&P 500 all-time high? No. But if you look at this, what we have right here is an ascending triangle. Is it an ascending triangle or is it a rising wedge? Because of the fact that a rising wedge is most likely bearish and its ascending triangle is bullish, we're going to look at this as an ascending triangle. And the measured move of this ascending triangle is, yes, you guessed that right, 6,241.2. Which is in all-time highs. Will it happen? I don't know, probably not. But if it happens, then make sure you go back, make a clip out of this and say, he was right all along. All right. Looks like Poland flag. Could be a Poland flag. Could also be a flagpole. Could also be an ascending triangle, is what I'm thinking. Is this a... No, it is not. But, we can interpret it however we want. Bro, what about EURUSD? What's up, Nash? Glad you're here. Nash here is here. Yeah, man. I'll take a look at EURUSD in just a bit. Okay. Do you guys remember you guys remember like the legendary press conference that Trump had, and everyone's like, what do you call it, the China virus? It's like, because it's come from China. The virus comes from China. It's a China virus. Doesn't matter if you like Trump or not, but if you like to laugh, if you are somewhat of a person that appreciate humor, then you gotta love that one. You gotta love that one. Maybe a bit racist though, and that's not okay. But putting that aside, it's pretty fun. Pretty fun. Racism is not fun though. That is extremely bad. Not something that we're gonna be discussing any further. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Yes. Speaking of affiliate links, speaking of nothing, I got funded last week. I got funded with a added another 40K to my funded accounts. And now, very cool, very cool. I'm gonna go in. And I'm going to show you the process of that. I'm going to show you the process of that funded account. Maybe I'll show you a little bit some tips and tricks on how you can do the same. You know. Okay. Where do we have it? Okay, so that's the one. Let's see. Should I just show you all my? I don't think I should show you like my account number. Like, does that matter? I don't know. Can you do something like that? I don't know. Let's just go in and. Okay, let's see if I can open up my. I'm gonna share the screen in just a minute. You're probably seeing like, oh, I can't see your screen. I know. I'm gonna share it in just a little bit. Here we go. And as soon as I start these live streams, I can start coughing. We also need to get a new account. Because I got credits. I got credits in my account. Let's see. And you're going to be like, oh, you have credits in your account because you work at the Fiverr. That's precisely why I have credits in my account. You're absolutely right. I made a deal with the boss. I sent him a DM. I said, give me credits. He said, okay. And I said, deal. We have a deal. And now I have credits in my account. I'm going to buy a new account. Do you want credits in your account as well? Send an email to tradingroom@thefarvest.com and come on the live stream, do a competition against me. And if you're able to make more money than than me, than us, then yeah, I'll get you. I'll give you an account, not funded, just evaluation. Then you'll have to beat me, which is, you know, looking at the way I trade. It depends on what mental state of mind I'm in on that day, I would say. All right, so this is my hub account. You're gonna look at the hub account right here, and this is the equity curve of that 20K hypergrowth account, which is now scaled to 40K. Now, looking at this equity curve right here. Now, this is a mix between automatic trading using EAs and manually trading. I'm going to show you another account, the bootcamp account I have connected to my to all the EAs, and that one is trading 100% automatically. Now, what I've done with this, the account that got scaled, the 40K, now I've just taken this 40K and I've connected it to the same signals. So the funded account that I now have is going to be traded completely automatic with my EAs, and I'm not going to be touching that account. What I will do, however, is I'm going to get a new account here today on stream, and I'm going to start trading that manually. Maybe get that to funding, but then you want to make sure you don't have like too many funded accounts running on the same signals, because, you know, the risk department would probably say that not good. It's not good. So what I'm gonna do in that case, I'll divide up the EAs. You know, I'll run some of the EAs on some accounts, some other EAs on some other accounts, to make sure that they're not correlated. So that's something you can do. Or I'm just gonna do the hypergrowth account on the automatic trading, and then trade other ones manually. So you can see right here, this whole period right here, that was when it was fully automatic. So from here. Gonna get some water. So from here to here, so this took about, how long did it take me? The 20th of March. How many months is that? How long time ago was that? I'm too dumb to do the calculations on this. Is it 2 months? Yeah, like let's say when 3 months? Are you kidding me? 3 months? That's not 3 months. It's June now. Okay, May. Oh, March. Okay, March. Oh wow. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, sorry. Yeah, 2.5 months. Wow, it's much longer than I thought. Okay, so this is the automatic trading, right? And what happened here? This is interesting, right? What happened here was I started touching the trades. I started manually moving around the orders. That's what happens here. And it's like, this is tilt right here. And then I went on kind of like a positive tilt. You know what I mean? Like you go on tilt and you're lucky, basically. Where I took a few trades here that was like really big winners. We gotta like push that equity curve up higher. And I'm gonna show you a couple of trades that I took. So these trades that I took here, high conviction trades, where I added to risk. Now it could have just gone the other way around. So I'm not gonna say like this is perfect trading. The way I do with the evaluations, I do trade a little bit differently on the evaluations than I would have traded on the funded accounts. Like for example here, each of these trades are me risking about 1% of the account, which obviously on a funded account, you don't want to be risking that high. You have you have that daily loss you have to take into consideration. You have the max loss on hypergrowth being 10%, I believe. So you got to take that into consideration. I mean, if you risk 1% per trade and loses in a row and you lose the account, obviously you can't really do that. So on the funded account, the max that I risk is 0.25%, so 0.25%. But I'll show you a couple of trade examples that I took on and managed to scale this account. Let me just stop my screen here for a minute before we go to the current bootcamp account that I have right now that is running. So let me share that one. Right, so this is the current bootcamp account. Now this is 100% automatic trading. I have not taken a single trade on this manually, and it is quite close to passing the first phase of the challenge. And this account started on April the 16th, which means it's 1.5 months. So I'd say it takes about 1 to 2 months to pass the boot camp with this, and hopefully I'm not showing so okay, so this is the boot camp account. Now this is 100% automated trading. Now what's interesting, you see all of this, like that, this flat line right here, and then this flat line, that's me testing the system. So that's actually me testing the EAs, testing different signals from the EAs on the live account. So you can actually remove this from the equity curve. If you want the true equity curve, you remove this, which looks pretty good. It would be an up here and then another up and down. So yeah, very, very good looking equity curve right there, I would say. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys follow along on that journey. Now I'm gonna get a new account as well. I'm gonna do it here during the live stream, and I want to make sure that, okay, so I'm gonna be sharing the S&P 500 here while we look at that, because I don't want to be sharing all my personal detail and all of that. So okay, so we're gonna go in now. I'm gonna let you guys decide on what program to buy. Okay, so I got 580 in credits, and I can choose between the bootcamp program. So I can get a bootcamp. I'm not sure if I have an affiliate link. I don't think I have an affiliate link. I had one before I got before I was an affiliate, you know, with the Fivers before I started working for the Fivers. Now I don't know if I have an affiliate link, but maybe there's another person in the comment that has an affiliate link, and if you do, you could perhaps you can't post an URL though, but I don't know. I don't think I have one. Okay, so the bootcamp program, I can buy a 250k bootcamp or a 100k bootcamp, or I can buy oh, I just had extra credits because I guess because I asked. Okay, so I got extra credits now. I can now buy the 100k hypergrowth. Did we do that? Which one should we get? Hypergrowth or oh, Yasin coming in with a some type of affiliate link. No idea what this is. No idea what this is, but if you click that link, maybe maybe you'll get something. I don't know. I have no idea, but I think it's an affiliate link. So and I think that's only active for people that do not have an account right now. We should get one of those in the description, right? We should have like one of those in the description for new people that does not have an account with us. You go in there and you get a little bit of a discount. We should have that. Yeah, let's get that. Nice. Okay. Which one are we getting? The biggest bootcamp or the biggest hypergrowth? Let me know in the. I'm gonna bring up a poll here in the chat. Okay, poll. Which account should I buy? Do a 100k high stakes or what's the other one? What's the bootcamp one? Let me go in and see which one should I get here. Or 250k bootcamp. All right, let's go. Get it. Go in and you ask your vote in the comment section. The one with the highest votes, I will buy one right away. I will add it to MetaTrader, and we're gonna be starting to trade that right away here live. And we're gonna place at least one trade today. Man, S&P 400 looks like it's gonna be breaking out. What is happening in London? Is Trump's not awake? Is it like but he's not going to join the meeting, like, and it's in London, and obviously they're not going to have the meeting in London, you know, nighttime. It's probably happening soon or now. I wonder what is happening. Okay, let's. Looks like something's happening though. Really looks like the S&P 400 wants to break out here. I have a portfolio of EA, so I have coded multiple portfolios that I use. I have coded multiple EAs, and I have them. I have a portfolio of EAs basically trading different markets. That I've developed myself. Developed it over a couple of months. Some of them are created just from, you know, me coming up with the ideas and then having a coder coding the ideas and then testing it and refining it over many months. Other EAs are created using machine learning, AI. Pretty cool. Louis says Trump is always awake. Yep. Just like LJ. LJ is always awake as well. He's just all the time. Just awake. Just awake. Where can I find your EA? I mean, if I don't give that away, you know, like you have, if you have an EA and it's profitable, I don't give that away. I do like, like I'm not gonna like, if you Google me, you will probably find like where I have social medias, and then on social media I do share some information about the EAs, but it's not like I'm never gonna give direct access to any of the EAs. But I do post here and there on social media some information about the EAs, and there's probably links in the description for all the different hosts that are joining here, their social links and all of that. Well, you know what? Like EAs that are profitable, that are like really proven to be profitable, you can sell them for quite a lot of money. But then think about this: wouldn't you just rather want to use them? You know, use them on funded accounts and specifically your personal account, because with the power of compounding, you can make a lot of money in trading. You can make a lot of money in trading. So really want to sell something that's working in trading, because the upside potential, like the upside potential in selling a product is limited, but the upside potential in trading is unlimited. Okay, with the power of compounding, all you have to do is let that money compound, and as long as you're trading profitably and consistently profitable, with the power of compounding, that account will exponentially grow and can get to numbers, you know, outside of your wild expectations. Yes, you can use EA. You can trade with EAs as long as it's not third party. So, for example, if you go online and you buy an EA, then you can't trade with that, because chances are that someone else might be trading on that, and that would be group trading. You can't trade based on signals and all of that, right? So the trades that you're taking on a funded account with the Fivers or an evaluation has to be your trades. It has to be based on something that you have created. It has to be your proprietary signals, right? It can't be based on secondary data or secondary information. Thank you, UK Swing Trader. Glad you liked the course that we got on ABL. For all of those wondering what course, well, I do have a technical trading course up on AlphaBeta Labs. There's a link in the description to that community. Really good course, most likely the best technical course you've ever seen. It's huge. Many models, many quizzes. I think I created like a bit too many videos, you know. The video editor had to work quite a lot on that one, and it's good. It's good. Definitely check it out. It's the course is based on my kind of like my CMT journey, which, by the way, guys, I have my CMT course coming up tomorrow. My CMT test coming up tomorrow, and so Dirk is not available today, so I'm going to take, you know, this whole session here without Dirk, and then Dirk is going to take my session tomorrow, because I'm going to be busy doing the CMT test in the morning. And I'm going to be honest with you guys, I was a bit nervous. Like, I was a bit nervous that I'm not going to make it, but now I've kind of had to accept the fact that studying for a test like that while also doing all the things that I'm doing is quite difficult, and I probably underestimated the significance of the material that needed to be understood. So I'm at this phase, I'm not really sure I'm gonna make the test. I hope I'm gonna make this test, and there's a chance that I will pass it, but like, you kind of have to prioritize your life, you know, like if you're going to be, you know, doing what I do for the Fivers and working all of this and working on a lot of other products, and constantly coming up with ideas to build new products and build new companies and doing all of that, and at the same time studying. That is something that I've realized that if I fail this test, then I really have to scale down my focus and really try to make sure that I can focus on specific things and not just everything at once. That's the type of person that I am, you know. I I'm really the type of person that, you know, I can't just do one thing. I need to be constantly building things. I have so many ideas that I need to kind of, and at least now I'm at the part where I'm able to outsource most of my things. So if I have an idea, I contact someone that I think can build it, and then I pay him to build it, basically. But it's still a lot of management, you know. You still have to manage all these different things going on, and what I love most of everything I do is definitely these live streams, you know, working for the Fivers and these live. It's a fantastic community. The Fivers, the fantastic community, fantastic company. It really feels like you're part of a training family in the community. You really feel like you're part of a family in the community. So definitely, yeah. Okay. Now, what's the poll like? 100k high stakes. Okay, I'm gonna end the poll. 72% saying 100k high stakes. Okay, so that means I'm gonna go in. I'm gonna buy a 100k high stakes right now. Okay, new order, high stakes, 100k select. Okay, I'll get all the orders in here. I agree. I agree. Okay. I think we're done. All right, let's go. Thank you for your purchase. Well, you are very much welcome. Now give me my account. Okay, here we go. All right. Here it is. Get a fresh 100k high stakes right here. Nice. Let's go. What's the profit target? The profit target is 8%. No problem. No problem. No problem at all. Now let's connect it to our MetaTrader. You hear that sound? It's a MetaTrader disconnecting. Okay, you breached your 100k funded account. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I think what you need to do now is you need to really go through, you know, what happened. Why did you breach the account? What happened? Did you breach the account because of max drawdown? Did you breach it because of your, I don't know, daily drawdown being hit? Not sure what account you're using, but you got to go back, like look at what happened. If you don't have a journal, maybe get a journal, and you don't have to have a trading journal, maybe just a personal pen and paper journal, right? And go through, like, write down your emotions, write down what you're feeling, write down the trades that you've taken, look at the trades you've taken, and then really try to figure out, did I follow my system or not? And then when you've gone through that, you know, have I followed my system or not? If the answer is yes, then look at your system. Is there any issues in your system? If no, look at your risk management. Have you done anything differently with your risk management? Maybe you're risking too much. Maybe your system is completely fine, but you're just risking too much per trade, so that the natural drawdown of the system takes you out, takes you to that max loss. So you have to adjust the risk management. Now, if in the process of asking if you followed your system or not, if the question is no, then you obviously have to go in and see, why did you not follow your system? What's the reason for not following the system? And make sure that you correct that. Trading is all about trial and error. It's about finding the things that works and then continuing to doing those things that works until it doesn't work anymore, because some things are just not going to be working all the time at all times. But you need to analyze what you did right and what you did wrong. Which courses do you recommend for a gold trader? I wouldn't recommend any course, but what I would do is I would recommend that you first learn the basics of technical analysis, which is, go to AlphaBeta Labs, that my recent course on technical analysis. That's the fundamentals of technical analysis. When you understand the foundations of technical analysis, you don't really need anything else, because then it's all about building your system. You get the foundation, and then you take that foundation and you start building your own system. You don't really need a specific course. You build that yourself. I mean, I've gone through many courses. I've spent a lot of times on different courses, and spent a lot of time and a lot of money on courses. And what I've found is that I already know all of this. I remember last year I spent like 5K on a trading course that was supposed to be like, the created by people that was like super good traders, supposed to show me something that I didn't know about the markets and something truly unique, a truly unique edge. And I go through the course and I'm like, wow, this is basic. Like this is basic technical analysis, just put into a framework, all the things that I already understood, and all this person did was take the very basics, put it into a system, backtest it. It was profitable, and that's it. So instead of going out and buying all these courses, just understand the foundations of technical analysis, which is now free in AlphaBeta Labs, and then take that and build your own system. Okay. Okay, so Sly says right here, max drawdown, but actually I wasn't satisfied with the leverage the risk management team provided. I trade only gold for a living, and I was giving 1 to 10 on metal. I was actually okay with the 1% risk. Okay, maybe you're on... Maybe you're on the wrong program, right? And if you can't trade gold on 1 to 10 leverage and you're risking 1% per trade, I mean, and I can clearly see here that you're kind of trying to put the blame on saying like I was not satisfied with the leverage. Like it's you have to understand, like, whatever you did, it's on you. Like, if you lost this account, there's no one else out there to blame than you. And that's the beauty of trading. Beauty and the fear in trading as well is the fact that you're your own boss, and every single mistake you make is 100% yours to take responsibility over. So, like, saying like, okay, low leverage, well, then don't trade that account. If you have too low leverage on gold to trade your account, to trade your system on that account, well, do not trade your system on that account, or optimize the system towards the risk management. Okay. I'm not sure where credits was removed. Reach out to support and they might help you about that, with that. And Void also says that Daniel has a gold course in ABL. Check out that course. You can check out that course. If it's something that works for you, then definitely you should try that out. Okay, so I'm just going to log into MetaTrader here. Log into this account here on... Oh, god damn it. Did I show... That's not good. Okay. let me share something else. Oh, god damn it. I should probably change that password. Okay, so let me see if I can change that password. Let me open Let me open MetaTrader instead. Yeah, I'm gonna do it quick. Okay, so we're gonna log in. Incoming mail. You just got hacked. Right, okay. File. Where do we okay, change. Why is it not working? What is that? All right, so it's not now changed. Okay, okay, let's see if I can log out again. Okay, log in. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, I'm in. Account changed, password changed. I am safe again. Okay, so I also have to go in because I have connected this to. Is this connected to Trade Copier? No, this is not connected to Trade Copier. So I do not have to care about that one. Okay, so what are we trading today, guys? What are we trading today? What are we trading today? Is it like a holiday here? Like I tried to reach people and they're not answering. Like, are they ignoring me, or is there like a holiday across Europe? Like, do you guys know? People actually not working today. Am I not supposed to be working today? Okay, holidays in Europe. Well, you know, first thing I could do is probably check if there's a holiday here where I live in the country of the Kingdom of Sweden. It's not a kingdom. It is a kingdom. Okay, what is it? Holidays in Sweden. It's not a holiday here, is it? No, no holiday. No holiday. Okay. Okay, Euro. Okay, it's a. Okay, the Netherlands, Swiss. It's a lot of Swiss, France, Germany. Okay, it's a lot of holidays all over the place, but not here. What type of bullshit is that? Like, why do I not get a holiday? Okay, the June 9th. God, okay, whatever. Whatever. And it's warm in here. I can open a window. And we've had the worst summer here in Sweden this year. Okay, so yeah, I think everyone's waiting for the Trump, the US-China trade talks, obviously. Let's go to gold. What are we seeing on gold? Let's see if we can find something interesting. Let's see if we can find any trades on gold. Look at that. We got a little bit of a push to the upside here on the 1 hour. We did find support on that monthly open right here, and it looks like we're hitting that 20 EMA on the 1 hour right now. The 15-minute looking like it's retesting a low time frame resistance zone right here. We have a break and retest here on the 5-minute, but the trend is looking strong. Are we bullish or bearish here on gold on the lower time frames? I don't know. Maybe. Let's see if I can open up. So I got MetaTrader here to the right of me. I got the I got the MetaTrader on the right. I got gold in the middle. I got you guys up here, and then I got the news to the left of me. Okay. So what I'm thinking here is, it kind of feels like we're getting a push to the upside. Now, okay, so gold here looking good. I like the bounce that we're seeing on gold here. It kind of feels like gold is gonna touch higher levels, right? It kind of feels a bit risky though, trading here with the trade talks coming up. But I don't know when they're scheduled. Does anyone know when they're scheduled to actually go live or start talking? Like, does anyone know when that's actually happening? Okay, so we got the weekly open right here. Maybe the weekly open is going to get tested. Is the weekly open going to get tested? I don't know. Like, we're moving lower here. We're testing that low time frame resistance right now, but it kind of looks like, you know, we've reclaimed this level. I quite like that. That's an interesting level. Maybe we could start looking for potential longs down around this area. We also have the cluster of the 50-minute EMAs right here. Doesn't really matter though. Like, it's just something that looks good and something that I like to point out, but it really does not matter at all. But anyway, guys, make sure that you hit that like. Make sure that you hit that like, and if you're new to the live stream, welcome. Make sure that you hit that subscribe and also the bell notification button so that you get notified. Get notified whenever we go live. Yeah, I think exactly. The US-China talks are happening in London, so like you said, it might be happening any time now. We don't know when. We seems like we don't really know when. Let's see if we can look that up. But I'm in the meantime, we're monitoring gold here for a possible trade. Let's see if Bloomberg has any news on this. I don't think we have any time for that just yet. Okay, so Alice says they're in the meeting right now. Let's see if we can get in the comments from that. The indicator that I'm using right now, the EMAs and everything, that's the RL says slingshot. That's an indicator coded by myself. It's actually a trading system that I sometimes trade. If you add this one, you will see that it has like buy and sell signals and everything. So it's kind of like a what I've done is I've taken my my trading strategy and then I put it into an indicator, and then I use the buy and the sell signals to Alex has left the company. Alex is no longer working with the Fivers. He left the Fivers a couple of weeks ago, or was it a month or two? Yeah. So yeah, that's the indicator, and sometimes I use the alerts to I get the alerts forwarded to the private Discord channel, so I can check the Discord channel, right? So I get alerts to my phone, and I check the Discord. I get a chart, and I can see if it's a good trade or not. I have two instances of this indicator on here, one with the signals and more of the indicators on, and then this one for just the EMAs and the weekly open and the monthly open, all of that. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to start adding longs here. And the invalidation of these longs will be below the monthly give me a second. Below the reload zone here, I think this whole move is going to get invalidated below that reload zone. So I'm going to be start adding some longs here. I'm gonna go long. So where should I have my stop loss? I'm just gonna enter some orders here, and then I will I'll start adding multiple small orders here. Okay, I got the first long order is in, and I'm happy to average in all the way in this area. So the longer the lower we go, the more I will add to the position. But if we have something like this, then I will add everything on confirmation. Thank you, Yanis. Thank you. Well, you haven't changed a bit. You look the same, which is just as beautiful as always. Happy to have you here. Welcome, Matt. We need to get you on. You know what? I'm gonna. Where do we reach out? It's WhatsApp or Discord. We need to get you on. We need to plan something. Okay, so. Got a good break and read this here on gold. I'm being very what's the saying? Not conservative, like the other way around. I'm a liberal. Yes. I'm being very liberal in my stop loss placement. I'm giving this trade a lot of room for error, basically. It's hitting the weekly open right now, which means that, you know, it means that it's hitting the weekly open. It means that it's hitting the level where the today's daily candle open. Very simple. I like the reaction to this level. You can go into the lower time frames. You got the 5 minute, the 1 minute. Now, what will really confirm to me that this is perhaps a level where the market wants to turn bullish on gold and give me a little bit of confidence that maybe this is the level before gold moves higher, is a reclaim of this level right here. If that happens, then I will, instead of starting to average into the position on the downside, I will now start to add to the position to the upside. And I will only add to the downside if I see, because we got the trade talks going on, probably like someone said right now. I'm not really sure. I don't really have a good, clear understanding of what's actually happening. Maybe someone from the UK, maybe you can drive to London. Maybe you live in London. Maybe you can go over to wherever they have the meeting. Maybe put your ear against the wall and report live what's happening. Insider information from the outside. Okay, so we're getting a pretty good reaction right here on gold. I like, market drop below the local support right here. A big move to the downside, but if this selling pressure would be perhaps because of any fundamental events, I think we would have further continuation to the downside with more momentum. But if you look at the lower time frames, the momentum has stalled, and we're now slowly but surely going back. So I think this was just a technical move. A technical move, and a reclaim of that level would definitely be bullish. I like this. I'm going to add a small position, which means 0.12% risk. Adding just a little bit to this position right here. So I'm now in 2 positions on gold. I like the reaction here, reclaim of that level. I'm going to be adding a 3rd position, and a break above the local highs. I will add a 4th position, and that's going to be the final position. Now remember, my stop loss is all the way down here. Okay, so my stop loss is all the way down here. I want to make sure that we have a very wide stop loss now, if in case the momentum of volatility comes in. And look, I'm looking at the 5 minute, but I'm not, this is not a scalp. This is not a trade based on the 5 minute, but the orders I'm taking is based on reactions to level on the higher time frames. What I want to do is go out to the 1 hour to kind of show you what I'm thinking here on the, actually we can go to the daily. On the daily, we have something interesting happening here. We have an uptrend. Okay, let's remove some levels here. We can make it a little bit cleaner. But we have something very interesting happening here. What's happening right now is we're retesting the daily 20 EMA. You know what? I speak of the EMAs like they matter. Like it's they're not really anything magical. It's just, a certain look back period, and then you look at the average price for that period, and if it's an exponential, then you put more weight on the previous the most recent prices. It's not really just an average. Now, because of the fact that sometimes technical analysis can be kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, where if everyone looks to buy a certain level, or if everyone just looks to buy the 20 EMA, then probably the 20 EMA is going to be acting as support. But it doesn't really hold a lot of significance in the way I look at the markets. But what does hold significance is market structure and horizontal levels. You look at this move right here, what you have is a a bullish trend, right? This is a rather bullish trend, and if you add the fibs here, that's also something that I do put a lot of emphasis on. Fibonacci retracement tool and its levels, especially the area between the 0.618 and the 0.786. I don't believe the 0.702 is a Fibonacci number. It's just the middle of those two. But what you see here is on the daily, you have a test of the midpoint, like a perfect retest of the midpoint of the reload zone, the 0.702. Now, a lot of times when you do find a low, like a higher low in an uptrend, but that low is quite significant, a significant retrace in the uptrend, then a lot of times you'll find that support inside the reload zone, because if you go lower, it's going to be a double bottom. And a double bottom is a great pattern at support after a downtrend. But in an uptrend, a double bottom is a lot of times the beginning of a breakout structure. You don't want to see it. You don't want to see. Do not want to see a double bottom in an uptrend. You want to see it after the downtrend at support. So both of the positions are now in profit. It's looking good. So that's the overall high time frame view that we have on gold right now. And then of course we go into the lower time frames, the 5 minute. And you know what? I also want to do this. If we go out to the daily, and this is these are the drawings based on the daily. If I hold down Control, select all of these, and then right click them and press create a group of drawings and double click that one, and we type daily, we can now remove this and focus on the lower time frames where we have other levels, and then we select these and we make a group of these as well, and we name it LTF, low time frame. And then when we go out to the higher time frames, we remove that one, and when we're on the lower time frames, we add that one. Okay, we're going to be adding a new position here as well now on gold, adding 0.12% again to this one. Will the first trade of this hyper growth? This is not hyper growth. This is high stakes. Will the first trade of the high stakes challenge be a winner? Surprisingly enough, it looks like it will. It will. At least for now. So we're currently in with how much is it? 2, 3. And I wish this was not a math live stream. Right, so right now I'm in with 0.36% risk on this trade on the account. The absolute max risk would be 1% if everything aligns bullishly. One minute, you know, we still have that local downtrend, but if you look at the 1 hour, I like the fact that we have kind of reclaimed, we've bounced nicely on the monthly open. This is a good level to bounce at. So the idea here is to take gold up towards this whole area right here. Now the question is, which of these levels are best for taking profits? Is it going to be that one? Or is it going to be that one? Or should we perhaps look at what's happening? Should we perhaps look at what's happening here? In that pause in the downtrend, where we also have that local top. Now, what I could do is going to be adding this to the low time frame. Now, my current average entry should be like here. And I have my stop loss all the way down here. What I need to do now is, for this to be a profitable trade, I would now have to adjust stop loss to the upside. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to put it at the monthly open, because now I do see that we're finding this level as support. Add a fib here. We can see that the fib is right in the monthly open, so stop loss should be down here. We're going to be adjusting the stop loss of the current trades, the current open trades. Right, so we're changing the stop loss for that one. You guys want me to look at MetaTrader with the trades open, or do you want me to do the analysis and do everything on TradingView? So let me know if you want me to look at MetaTrader or TradingView. Looking at this right here, like for an intraday trader or scalp, the best point of exit would be up here. But then in that case, I would have to have my stop loss below this level, like this, and I would have to enter a new position. This is a negative reward. It's just not going to be worth it. Not going to be worth targeting that one. I think that the level that I would want to look at is based on that high, most likely. It's not about taking my ass on the P&L. I mean, I'm watching both TradingView and MetaTrader constantly. The question is, which one do you want to look at? Do you want to look at MetaTrader or TradingView? It seems that you want to be looking at MetaTrader, so we will be changing that one. But just understand that I'm going to do the analysis within. I'm going to be doing the analysis within TradingView and not MetaTrader. I'd love to look at EU, but right now I want to make sure that I focus on gold until we have a clear idea. I need to. Like I'm not fully done with the plan. But we've talked about how I would perhaps want to have my, as this is based on a little bit of higher. Okay, so I'm gonna put my TP at 3,337. I'll go in here and I'll change the take profit of these two positions. Now I also have to adjust the okay, so that is the current trade right now. What I'm going to look at now is I'm going to stop moving around some things here. Got the momentum. We're now going to add the trade with a bit of a more risk. All right, we got the momentum coming in, and I'm entering now a bigger position here. I will start closing the first positions when we have that bigger breakout to average out of this position. Okay, so I'm about $20 up on the first one right there. I will wait for that one to break out a little bit more and then close that first position. This is the trade. Put the TP a little bit lower to make sure that we're not right on that high wick. If we can't get above this trend line, right? If we can't get above this trend line and we start drifting lower, I will have to start closing positions, and I do not want my original stop loss to get hit, because now what I've done is I've entered the last position with 1% risk, which means if the stop loss down here gets hit, I will be losing 1.2, 1.3, something like that. I want to make sure that I'm not going to be losing more than 1% on this general idea here. Gotta make sure that I very closely monitor this position, and you can see here that this latest position that I open is more than 10 times bigger than the previous one. No, it's a slow day. It's definitely a slow day, and there's not a lot of volatility during days like this when there's not many news events. But we do have, of course, a talk between US and China. But I also find that the market moves very much according to technicals when there's not a lot of fundamental drivers. Now, of course, we do have a big fundamental driver, and that is the trade talks between US and China. Now, I'm hoping that we can get a breakout here. I'm hoping that we can get a breakout here so I can start taking some profits and securing the trade before we have any news on the trade negotiations. Because what would be good for this trade would be if the US comes out, or China comes out of that trade negotiations and says something like, "Okay, there's no deal, talks are not moving forward." Like, if there's more uncertainty, then that should be bullish for gold. But if the trade talks are strengthening the current risk-on environment, then perhaps we'll see quite a negative development on this long. Okay, let's move from MetaTrader a bit and go over to EU, because I do have a lot of requests from EU. So let's make sure we not requests from EU, but I have a lot of requests from you guys to look at EURUSD. So let's make sure that we cover that one as well. EU looks very strong, very strong. But you know, I said that here as well. So you know, I feel like you know, when you've been trading for many years, you get to learn yourself. I'm gonna be lowering my desk. It's gonna sound like there's a jet engine or something taking off here. So when you've been trading for many years, like I have, there's certain things that you get to understand about yourself, and there's certain signals. You start thinking in different ways, and you can interpret those feelings or emotions or thoughts as signals. Either you can interpret those feelings and signals as signals to act, or signals to take a step back and evaluate the situation. For me personally, I know that most of these signals are there for me to not act upon, but to slow me down. and for me to take a step back and evaluate the situation. So one of those thoughts that a lot of times can get is when I see a market looking fairly bullish with higher highs and higher lows, and it's hitting a resistance. I'm thinking, wow, this looks like a breakout waiting to happen. And from past experiences, I know that when I get a feeling of a strong market and at resistance, and I get that feeling of this is a breakout waiting to happen, most of the time I'm wrong. So when I start feeling very interested in entering a trade based on a breakout, I know that, okay, now's the time to take a step back and actually evaluate the situation a bit more scientifically, if you will. We can look at the EU from an indicator point of view. We do see here on the do see one type of, guess you could call it the type of bearish divergence here with the MACD histogram showing lower lows while price is creating higher lows. Now, problem I'm having with this is the fact that, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, the idea of a hidden divergence is something that, I mean, most of you probably understand what a hidden divergence is. For example, this would be a hidden divergence when price is making, I believe that's a hidden divergence, like when price is making higher lows and indicator is making lower lows, because this then tells you that while there's a big dip in momentum, you did not see that dip in price. So price was, you know, still bullish, and buyers were quite interesting in this, even though, like, I can't really understand the logic of a hidden divergence. What I know though is that a hidden divergence is something that you see within a trend and rarely does not happen at the points of reversals. But the way I interpret this is potential signs of weakness. But then if you look at this hidden divergence, it's actually a strength. So it's quite confusing. I gotta say, like, it is quite confusing. But I would say the EU looks very, very strong here. Let's look at the futures market, see if we can make any sense out of the volume data. Now we know that this is delayed. We can still perhaps see something interesting. We can use the replay function here. I think you can take entries in EU as soon as you see a signal on your strategy. Like, I don't think it's a wise thing to come on to these live streams and look for signals or look for trades. But what you should do is look at the analysis that we're doing here and try to compare it with your own and see if there's confluence with our analysis and our analysis and your own analysis. So okay, so some volume analysis here, right? You can see that the OBV is finding it's still in a downtrend here. So the OBV is still in a downtrend. Price is finding support here, and you have good volume within this range right here. Now, when price breaks out here, you can see that the OBV is sort of shifting here into higher lows, but you still have resistance here. So what you want to see on the OBV is for the OBV to break out of this resistance and then start an uptrend. And this is, I don't know if you guys remember this, this was in the beginning of the year. I've looked at this trade and I tried to get into this trade for many months or weeks, and I missed it because of the daily move. And I did a similar analysis here. But what I should have done most likely is accept this breakout as confirmed when it broke above here on very good volume. It had very good volume. Volume is leading, you know, increasing up into the move, and very good volume right here. Go into the 4 hour. You can now see on the OBV, when looking at the 4 hour, that we have went into the downtrend, went into accumulation zone, and looking at the OBV, you have quite a lot of bullish accumulation here. And what happens right here on that breakout is you break it up above these highs of an uptrend. So combining the daily volume with the 4 hour OBV, I would say that this would have been already a confirmed breakout. I should have just entered the trade. And the idea here, this was the idea, right? Go to the weekly. But it bounced up to 0.618, and I wanted to accumulate EURUSD or a move up into range highs. That was the idea. And it really sucks that I completely missed this one. So the first target would have been around the when Trump got elected, but then eventually traded up to the range highs. That would have been the trade. And the breakout was confirmed. But then I waited for a retest, right? But that retest never happened. Instead, you just had almost a straight move up to the range highs. But using volume analysis here, you could have seen that on the daily, big spike in volume on the breakout, and on the 4 hour, confirmed bullish accumulation within that area, which would have confirmed that that breakout. Just to give an example of what I'm trying to see around current prices. I'm not seeing any super clean clues in volume, but it's important to remember that it takes a lot of skills to really understand volume and how to interpret it into price action. And a lot of times you won't really get a lot of information unless it's obvious. Looking at the 1 minute for EU, I'm thinking it had a low time frame breakup structure with the retest of this level. And we might come lower. at this level. What are you guys thinking? Are you thinking longs or shorts on EU? I'm gonna make a poll on that. Well, I guess we're going lower because something's obviously happening in the markets right now. That is a strong move. I wish I took that short. I wanted to take that short. I was just about to place the orders on that one, and then it absolutely dumped on the 1 minute. Is this a news-driven move? Let's see. Do we have anything hitting the wires? Do we have anything happening that might have driven this move? I can't see anything right now. I don't really understand. I don't understand this. Like, why is the 1 minute too risky? If you know what you're doing, no time frame is too risky, right? Man, that would have been a really good short. Look at that. We really got momentum coming in here. Let's see. Do we have anything that might have influenced this? Or is this just a technical move? Probably it's a technical move. Well, now it looks like a good long. Because we hit that level, we're in an overall uptrend. Keeps going lower, but let's see if we can find any type of support here. Wow. Okay. Well, something's going on. This is not normal. Maybe Trump and Elon got together again. Going on a honeymoon. Europe. That's why the European currencies are absolutely just dumping. My risk to reward, I try to stay around 2, but anything that's above 1, if I see that it's a if I see that's a high probability trade, I'm happy to take 1-to-1 risk to reward trades. But of course, the trades that make me the most money is obviously the high risk to reward trades, like 3, 4 or. I don't get them very often though. If you look at the 4-hour here, that's... Now I kind of get the feeling that maybe you were developing a range here. Definitely dropping lower here. I think we're at the very good level for like. I think we're at very good levels for longs. I don't know. Yeah, I wanna enter a long position here. Okay, I've got a long position open on the euro here. Stop loss down here. Hold position not looking good. Like EU here for longs. Can I have a feeling though? It does feel like the market. Someone knows something about the trade talks that we are not seeing. I'm not even sure if the trade talks are on. Like, I have no idea. Can't find any information on that. That's the trade on EU. Looking to take EU up into this region. 2.7 odd trade. In profit right now, looking at a 2 maybe 3% win on the account. I'm risking 1% on this trade. 50 minutes looking good. I'm liking the reaction that we're getting right here. We had a big move to the downside into a low time frame support area. We're holding that level right now. The move up to the upside would be up here. Okay, so that's good. Okay, let's go with that one. Top target is 1.14478. What do you mean no confirmation? Are we looking at the same chart? I don't know. I don't know what you call this. You mark out a level and then that level is being used as support. I mean that's good enough confirmation for me when you're looking at a 3R setup. Definitely good enough confirmation for me. We have a scenario where we might see gold putting in a higher low here within the trend, and if that happens, I would be very happy to see that. Because what I'm looking at right now, and you know what, I really like using the curved line just to show the trend, not to necessarily trade it, but just to show what type of trend we're dealing with. And I actually find these curved trend lines to work quite well. Patterns with curved trend lines are not that common, but they, when used, they do give a very good idea of what the overall trend is like. Okay, so if we break down here on gold, I would most likely be forced to close the position. Okay, so we have no sounds. Thank you for that, Amal. So you have you said that you have a 1 hour rejection candle, and I'm taking long. Well, you can go out to the daily, and you can see obviously, like, yeah, we have a bounce at support on the daily. We can go out to the weekly and say, okay, well, on the weekly we're in a bullish uptrend. We can look at all time frames and try to find reasons. Where's the rejection candle on the 1 hour? Maybe you're talking about that doji and then that one. I mean, it's absolutely fair, but what I'm looking at is the basis of this long. And just for full transparency, I want to show you what I'm actually doing in MetaTrader as well. These are the current the positions that we have open. As you can see here, we got the EURUSD at the bottom here, looking good, finding support nicely, and then we got the gold positions here as well. So that's what we're trading today. Right, you're talking about EU, okay. Yeah, but look at the 1 hour here. There's a lot of wicks here. There's a lot of wicks all over the place. I don't really find a lot of meaning in this price action is very difficult to read, but what we can read though is at least a low time frame reaction to a good level within range. I already have all my trades. I'm not looking to enter any more trades now. I already have all my trades open for the day. So most likely not going to take any more trades today. Why would I wait for New York Open? I mean, I'm not even going to be trading there in New York Open. By the way, guys, if you want to see me, you know, if you want to see like updates on the trades I'm taking here, you can always follow me on Twitter. There's supposed to be links. You know, all the hosts that are joining this and all the guests and everything, all their social links are in the description below. So, and if you want to see me post updates on this, follow me on Twitter, because that's I do give like real-time updates on everything that I do. Let New York manipulate. What do you mean with manipulate, man? Like, what's that? We don't want New York to manipulating anyone. I don't know what that means. And if I'm not, if I'm not going to be trading the New York session, then thank you, Rafael. Glad you like the market structure course. A lot of knowledge in there, a lot of work, a lot of work. Nice. EU looking to trade higher. Like what I'm seeing. One PM. It's 12. It's 12:12 right now. What am I doing for lunch? Oh, look at EU. Look at EU. Looking very, very nice. What am I doing for lunch? Good question. What am I getting for lunch? Chicken kebab. That's right. Chicken kebab. I live of chicken. All I eat is chicken. Chicken, chicken, chicken. And moose. Chicken and moose. Yep. And potatoes. Oh, man, I love potatoes. You can do so many things with it. You can mash potatoes, smash potatoes, boiled potatoes, potatoes in the oven with different slices, potatoes in the ovens with just things on it. It's potatoes, man. Like, it's amazing. I love it. Potatoes and chicken. Chicken feet. Yeah, roasted potatoes. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things. Roasted potatoes with chicken feet. Chicken feet kebab. Chicken mousse. What is the chicken mousse? Not a chicken. So I'm mousse. Like, mousse. Chicken liver. Yeah, that's insane. What I do love though is moose heart, like smoked moose heart. That is really good. Yeah, I love that. Usually get it for like Christmas. Okay, so gold is finding like local. EU is moving higher. Now this looks good. I like that. I like this. Henry. Yeah. Well, now I can't remember who that was. Okay. Fish guy from Forrest Gump. Let's see. Ah, that's right. Yeah. The guy that Booba, yeah, the guy knows everything about shrimps. Yeah, I love that dude. That's a good movie. Okay, EU finding that support. What is gold doing? Gold is okay, I'm not gonna lie, guys. Gold is not looking good. Gold is not looking good. I like this comment. Are you sure gold will continue to rise? No, I'm not. I'm actually very not confident in this at all. Have I entered the weekly contest? No, I have not entered the weekly contest. I have enough to take care of my my own trading, I'm afraid. I did enter. I'm just gonna check up on the EAs. I'm just gonna take a look at the EAs as well on the bootcamp account to see where the orders are for that account. It's like there's a MetaTrader update out. I'm just waiting for MetaTrader update. Ah man, gold is breaking down. Yeah, I probably need to get ready to close that one. Right, okay, so the EA, the order that I have, I have an EA running on gold. It's a breakout system, and this is the trade that it has on gold. So this is the setup that the EA has on gold right now. You will get banned if you do copy trading for someone else. But if you copy your own trades, that's not going to be a problem. But if you copy someone else's trade, then yeah, you'll get banned. Listen, you're not going to get banned if you follow someone else's trade, but if you follow a signal service group or whatever, then like that's group trading, you're gonna get banned. But if you take like inspiration from someone else and then places your own trade, that's not gonna be a problem. But if you just straight up copy someone, you're gonna have bigger problems. You're not gonna be profitable. That's the biggest problem. You're gonna lose the account anyway. Yeah, so that's the gold trade. Let's take a look at I have another similar breakout strategy running on GBP, JPY, but this is more of a swing trade idea. And that idea is based on this. It's looking to buy GBP, JPY on a breakout. And it has a very tight stop loss, like here. So that's the GBP JPY trade that is currently the orders are currently in the market for GBP JPY on the EA, and then this is on gold. Both of them are breakout systems. I'm also running one EA on NASDAQ and one on the US 30. The NASDAQ is a range breakout strategy where every day at 1, it places a buy stop limit and a sell stop limit above and below the range, and then it removes those orders about 1 hour before the US market is closing. And see if I can get my focus back. That is a terrible camera. Yes, I do have quite a lot of opinion on USD JPY. Let's see if I can do something about the camera. So I just turn the camera on and off. It's when I haven't when I don't turn my PC off, then camera doesn't turn off. So this camera is running almost 24/7 sometimes. Yes, let's take a look at the USD JPY because I do have quite a lot of opinions on USD JPY. Let's see if I should close the gold trade. I'm down overall on the account right now. I'm down 0.5%. I will not close gold just yet. The charts are a bit different on ON and the fibers. I'm not going to close gold just yet. It's holding the support. As long as this level holds, I'm not going to be closing right now. I don't like closing trades right on support. Yes, I'm going to be monitoring gold to the right of me here. And EU. Okay, gold is moving lower here, so I'm gonna close some of the gold positions. I got some of the bigger positions still open on both gold and the EU. You can see how it's bouncing here. But if we break down, then I'll close that one as well. EU is losing the level as well. If we drift lower on EU, then I'll have to close that one as well. Dirk will not be on today. Dirk will be on tomorrow. Wow, the 1 minute. Okay, so all right. Nice. This is good. This is great. This is actually really good for Bitcoin. Because now that we reclaim that, yeah, EU is not looking great here. Now that we reclaim that 106,000 level, we could safely say that the bulls are back in control. Guys, I just have to take a quick a phone call just very quickly, so I'll mute the mic while going through the charts here just in just a minute. All right, so I really like this move on gold. I do not, Bitcoin. I mean, I do not like what I'm seeing on EU or gold though. Gold is looks like it's gonna be breaking down here. EU looks like it's potentially breaking down here as well. It's gonna be a expensive day for me. Okay, so let's switch this one right here to the reload zone. Now this is good. Sometimes when you're trading live, you're trying to, there's so many things going on at once. So just apologies if a bit boring at times, but I really try to make sure that all the trades are according to plan. I have an opportunity to close EU at break even. Should I take that? I honestly still believe in the EU trade. Okay, let's go back to EU. Here's the thing. I still believe in this trade. I might have like emotional bias here, but I like it. I mean, I still like this level. It's right inside the local reload zone. I'm gonna keep it open. I'm gonna keep it open. I have to follow the plan. The plan has not changed. It's the same structure as I entered. Gold. I mean, it's the same for gold. I mean, yeah, I'm looking at the P&L and it's not looking good, but the structure of both EU and gold has not really changed dramatically since I entered. The only thing that has changed dramatically is my view on the market because of the unrealized profit and loss that I'm seeing right now in the account. So I mean, the market is just doing whatever the market wants to do. The market has no intentions, right? The market has no feelings, no intentions, no. If I would not be in a position right now, I would be looking at this without any emotional attachment at all. So I'm just gonna keep it as it is. I have not seen any clear signs of invalidation of the ideas just yet. Okay, that's it. And the school called yesterday, and they're like, you know that place you send your kids to after school because you're working, they're in school, and then you're working, and then you pick them up, like daycare or whatever. Like Henry probably has a word for it. Like and they called like the other day, and they're like, yeah, wait, 5 weeks in summer they're closed. So I'm like, 5 weeks in, then what? Aftercare. Aftercare. That sounds like someone dies. Like aftercare, like afterlife care. That sounds horrible. But they're like, okay, we're gonna Mike's here. Okay, I guess he's not here. After school care. Yeah, and they're calling like, okay, we're closed 5 weeks in the summer. I'm like, how is that possible? Like, what if I would not be? So now I'm gonna like, that's weird, isn't it? Like, just close it down 5 weeks during summer. Isn't that weird? No, Louis, it's not work. Like, in Sweden, we don't have children working for us, so it's not work. What we're talking about, what's happening in Sweden after school, they don't go to work. They go to a place called after school care. Child labor, not accepted. It's not accepted. However, would be cool to have a couple of kids, taking care of all my algos and everything. Did I buy the graphic card? Good question. Good question. This thing is huge, okay? It's big. This is big, man. It's incredible. I don't even know if it's gonna fit in my PC. Like it's actually the size of the box. I don't even think it's gonna fit. I remember when I bought the one I have now and I opened it and I'm like, wow, that's the biggest one I've seen in like forever. And no, this is bigger. No, this is and this is not even a super expensive one. I bought it for like how was it, 700? And which one is it? It's okay, it says GeForce RTX. But you gotta have a more than that, right? Supposed to be more than just that. I don't know. Whatever. It's a graphic cards. And I bought this one, which is even more massive. And I'm thinking, how is this even gonna fit in? Okay, Henry says that's the RTX 570. Okay, gold is definitely dying here. Yeah, might not be the best trade. Okay, let's open this one.
Yo.
Hey man, what's up?
We're doing a live unpacking, are we?
Yeah, actually, I feel like this might be very big. Oh, it's all the cables. Certificate of reliability. Certificate of reliability. We should have that.
For what?
For being reliable.
No, what? What's the box? What's in the box?
Oh, I don't. It's a PCU with a lot of cables. I thought it was only the PCU, but obviously it's all the cables as well. Oh, let's clean. Look at that.
Weren't you supposed to be getting a GPU? Did you confuse the letters? Oh, okay. Nice.
Then I had to buy this one because
you didn't have enough power.
Not only that, the one I have is there's a big hole in it, and this thing in front of the
how did you manage to get a hole in it?
Oh, because the fan, the mesh or whatever in front of the fan, had like a dent, so it went into the fan. So I had to remove it, and now it's just filled with dust and shit. But this is cool because it has like it has every cable is like I can, it doesn't have everything in it at the same time.
Nice.
It's a lot of cables. Wow, this is pretty cool.
We've got technical answers here. It's a power supply unit. It's a modular PSU. We got people who actually know what they're talking about here. This is good. So what are we trading? We're trading PSUs instead of
is Amal like a famous guy? Like Amal, what are you doing here? Then is this guy?
Amal.
I'm gonna say like, is he famous? Who is this guy? Let's see.
Don't know. Maybe they just know each other.
Yeah, maybe. Get 1 subscriber. Okay, where's LJ? Is he coming in today?
Yeah, he'll be here eventually. He comes and goes as he pleases. He's like, he's fluid. He's fluid like the markets.
Mike, so, isn't it weird that what's the place called where you already they like good quality stuff. What's the place called where you leave your kids after school?
After school?
Yeah.
After school clubs?
What? No, it's not. That's the place where. Oh, so you mean when they're not Oh, wait, you don't have that. Like, you pick them up after school and then they go home.
Yeah. Like
You don't have
or you have a nanny or a babysitter, or you have like an after school club of some kind, like something extra that they do afterwards.
Okay, so in
Called
Sweden,
after-school care, guys.
Okay, yeah, after school care, right?
Yeah.
What, Mike? So you don't have after school care?
No.
No. What? Okay, so you. Oh, right. Okay.
Why?
Well, anyway, we have, because obviously I can't work with the kids at home.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they called the other day saying that they're closed for 5 weeks, which is I find weird. They're closed for 5 weeks over summer.
Dude, we're moving my kids to a different preschool because the private one that they go to, they said that they were closing for 3 weeks in August, but we still had to pay. And I was like, no, sorry, I'm not doing that. I'm not paying you to close and then for me to have to figure out childcare for 3 weeks as well.
Yeah, that's the same thing here. We're paying for that as well, and we have a private school for the kid as well. We might have to move him to a private school or something.
Mate, you guys have to pay for it? Wow, that sucks. Here it's after, like, literally at the school. It's just pay for like an extra 2 hours, and like some of the teachers stay behind and just look after.
And you pay for that as well in Australia?
No.
Of course you do.
No.
That's bullshit. I guess you do.
No.
Wait. Okay.
It's public schools, man. Like you know. That's it.
Okay, we're just gonna share this. We need to ask ChatGPT. Okay, LJ in the live stream is trying to trick me. He is from Australia and is telling me that after school care for children is free in Australia. Please tell me why that's not true. Okay, we wait. Now we wait.
Has some extra charge if you go to some like bougie private
wait a minute. You said it's free. You said it's free.
Yeah, that's state schools, which most people go to state school. Yeah.
This is according to ChatGPT. You are right to be skeptical. Thank you. In Australia, school care is not typically free. Before and after school care in Australia, not free. It's not
Back
free.
me up, Henry. Where's Henry? Come on, back me up, brother.
It's a
Henry's
paid
around
service.
somewhere.
Henry. That's right.
Not
whatever.
You. I don't know what school you guys going to. Maybe it's changed.
In fairness, LJ, no disrespect, mate, but the only child you have is that cat, and nobody. You can't pay people to take care of that thing. So
It was free when I went. Like I haven't been to in primary school for 20 years, so it could have changed. But it used to be.
Just a little bit. Anyway,
there's a lot of things that you kind of think is free, and then you get kids, and you're like, "What? Do I have to pay for this? This is ridiculous." Like I thought, school is free, and then all of a sudden you get an invoice saying like, "Oh, you keep them in here." Like we pay like how much do we pay? Like, well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Okay, I gotta get some lunch, guys, and then I'll be back. I'll be back later for the next.
Jonatan.
Yeah, well,
Jonatan,
see, there you go. You get a rebate from the government. There you go.
Oh, there you go. Okay. I guess it depends on where you are. The rebate is scalable by Centrelink, but okay, we're going into really like specific Australian.
Centrelink
social...
is basically just a government social thing.
Yeah, we're going into really deep, like social security stuff in Australia that, frankly, nobody's going to trade on the markets. So let's move on. Jonatan, what's the temperature in Sweden right now?
It's still not free, even with the rebates. It's still not free. The temperature is 13 degrees and windy, with no sun.
And windy. Have you been finding it chilly?
Yeah, definitely. It's the worst summer that probably in over 15 years.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, no, because we're having a conversation with LJ this morning about his need for a hat, and because it's chilly outside for him. Is it still at 8 degrees outside, LJ?
Yeah, it's 8 degrees outside still.
It's still 8 degrees. He's walking
We're
around.
not even
with a
in
hat 'cause he's
winter
getting
yet.
cold.
Yeah. So still getting there.
Wait, you mean 8 degrees Celsius?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cold. That to be fair, that's pretty cold.
Yeah.
I would be wearing one of those beautiful hats as well.
Yeah. That's why I was grilling him a little bit earlier on, but actually, in fairness to him, I got a.
How much is 1% of 100,000? That is 1,000.
Wait, what?
Yep, I have bad news for my account that I just bought, like literally 2 hours ago.
Why? What happened?
Okay. What did you do?
Well, I'm down in unrealized profit and loss. I'm down 1.5% on these stupid trades.
What did you do? What were you trading?
Were you in? Didn't I replied to your thing saying long?
Yeah, but he's been streaming the whole time. He's been streaming the whole time. He hasn't listened to you.
I missed it then.
Can't see anything.
Oh,
today.
did you? Is that what? Oh, that's what you're saying in the videos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I am long. I am long quite a lot on USDJPY on my personal account, which looks beautiful. And you said
Louis,
short EURUSD. Well, I'm long EURUSD now.
Louis, there's a big difference.
No, I just can stop that. Well, okay, fuck it. I'm gonna get some lunch. I'll see you guys later. Have fun.
Right,
okay.
Bye.
See you later, mate. Louis, there's a big difference between Dover at 27 degrees and Dover at 17 degrees. Yeah. Either way, enjoy the White Cliffs. I love the White Cliffs of Dover. Reminds me of that Blur song. Anyway, guys, we'll be right back after this. We're just going to quickly reset, and we'll be ready for the ABL section. That is right. We're back.
Oh, yo.
Time for the AlphaBeta Beta Lab takeover. AlphaBeta Beta. Bata.
Yes. Boto.
Exactly.
Bottle.
That's the one. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that. Gold didn't want to go higher, mate. What happened?
No, it didn't.
Didn't want to go, did it?
No.
So
just
I mean,
into support here. This is where I have like support.
Yeah. This one, I mean, I didn't take this trade because I didn't have it set up, but this was one that I was speaking about earlier. Would have been a nice 4R in the end because it reacted off this one. Yeah, disappointing. I got to say. So I
guess consideration to ATR. It's a pretty quiet day so far at the moment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, peak to trough is like $35 on gold, which is pretty big, to be fair, on like a pretty cruisy day,
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, it's a Monday, and there are some markets that are closed. Apparently, the Australian Securities Exchange is closed. Not that you would know, because you just trade no matter what, you degenerate.
Look, future's always open, brother. There you go.
Future's always open. The future is always open. The future is always open. I was wondering whether we might see something in this area here, but I don't like the way that it's shot straight down on the 15 minutes. So I think we're still going to go lower, actually. So it's then just a question of where could we get in for something on gold, because it looks like gold wants to sell already. I was looking at sells, but I didn't think we were going to go quite so soon. Unless we're going to do something
like how long were we running up for? We were running up for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, basically 6 hours straight. So
yeah,
seeing a bit of pullback is like pretty reasonable.
Unless we're going to come to this and then go up higher, maybe.
Yeah, about 33.10, 33.08 is what I'd be looking at for longs. And then I'd be targeting somewhere up towards 33.50 to 40.
Yeah.
I don't know whether that'll happen today, though. I think, a bit quiet for gold today. But I would be, still biased long up there from here.
Let's see, what do we have on the 15-minute? So we've got this as well that I didn't spot earlier when I was marking out my charts. We've got this 15-minute inside bar. So we've got, we're in this area right now for potential reaction, but I don't see it necessarily happening. I think we're probably going to come around to this area here on the half hour, where we've got this kind of stall and then pushed on up. If we draw a fib on it, because it's broken this previous structure, if we do a fib on it, that takes us nicely to the 50%. So that looks like a nice possible opportunity. So Sultan says, I love who love gold, so I love you guys. Thank you, Sultan. Nice. Appreciate it. Maria, I haven't forgotten what you said last week or the week before, whenever it was that you said derogatory things about me. I'm just going to say this now. I haven't forgotten. All right, we need to go and have words later, Maria. All right, I'm just telling you now. But she's in a gold short targeting 33.19 on futures. Well, that's confusing for all of us then, Maria, isn't it? And Root is looking for a buy at 33.07. See,
I think that's pretty reasonable.
07 just feels a little bit too low for me. I could see it. There's a nice little area in there from something
between there and 10. Somewhere in there.
Yeah. I need to start marking out better zones again. We do actually have...
Henry's looking for a move down to 200 EMA. I assume that should be in roughly that kind of area. Because I know the SMA is at like 33.02. So the EMA must be around 33.10. What level is that, Henry, on the EMA?
Look. 200, so he's looking at around about 3 to... It's coming down to here, basically, by the looks of things. I think that's right. Input 200, yeah, so it's this one. Is that one there? On the 4 hour. Still got a bit of a way to go on that one, Henry. Don't disagree with you. I was looking at sells anyway.
3284. What gold chart are you looking at? Is that like a futures or something?
No, that's the CFD one.
Really?
You look at my screen that I'm sharing now.
Let me put an EMA on one.
The 4 hour rejection looks all right. Let's see, what else have we got? The 2 hour. In the 1 hour. 7 was somewhat indecisive.
Oh yeah, the EMA is down at 3284. True.
Yeah, I see. The reason I was looking for sells, I thought we were going to actually have sells coming up in kind of this cluster here, around the kind of the 330, 3335, something like that.
Yeah, 35 is what I was.
And then sell down to then come and take these areas, right? And then potentially even going down to 3250. But at the moment it is already doing it. So the only thing with gold is it's just wondering whether we can
pretty much just ran into 100 SMA on the 15 and then came off. 33.31 is also where the pivot level on gold is for today. So
got to remember this, it is a national holiday in various countries. So it is a holiday. Where we go? We've got a holiday in, granted, not major economies, but it is an economy in certain places such as Switzerland. So there is an element of reduced volatility. And Trump and Musk have quietened down. So, you know, until they wake up and start slinging insults at one another, you know, it's all going to be pretty quiet, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they both realized that's a lose-lose for both of them, to be honest.
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I'm pretty sure it's still got some legs in it.
I saw a thing supposedly. Who knows whether this is true or just nonsense coming from Trump's side. That apparently Elon and Scott Bessent had a scuffle in one of the corridors, and that's how he got the black eye.
What black eye?
Yeah, you know how he came on the other day in the Oval Office with Trump and had like a bruised black eye?
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about that.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. I just can't imagine Scott Bessent as a scuffle kind of guy.
I know. That's what I was saying. Is like it came from one of the other Trump.
I can imagine Lutnick doing it. Lutnick strikes me as the kind of guy that would,
you know, too level-headed. He's too he's too calm. You know,
yeah, he's too boring.
He doesn't wild out.
No, I don't think so. But you know what?
It sounded like nonsense to me as well. But it came out from one of the other. I forget one of the other people on Trump's team. It sounded like rubbish to me, but apparently, supposedly over Trump picking Scott Bessent's pick for the head of the IRS or something instead of Elon's. I don't know, some nonsense. I was like, that doesn't.
Wasn't there a guy for NASA or something that Elon wanted? I know there was some kind of animosity about that, wasn't there? So
yeah, I imagine there's a number of
differences
they've had, obviously.
Yeah. Maria, no, because now you're just lying. All right, stop with the lies. All right, just stop lying. It's just And Shubham, I'm going to ask you one question. How do you know that it will go up from here, and then after taking all liquidity, it will fall drastically? How do you know that? Elon originally said it was his son. Said what was his son?
Yeah, for the black eye. That's what was said before.
Okay.
Yeah, originally. But then, hence, I was saying since then, like a bunch of these things have been coming out. You can't trust any of this stuff. They're just all talking rubbish, you know. So, you know, a lot of it will just be, you know, fake news type stuff, jousting between them.
Yeah. Exactly.
But yeah, gold, I can see the upside either 33.40 to 50 area, or I can see the downside, like Henry was talking about, down to that 32.85 kind of zone.
I'm just having a look. Sorry, give me a second.
32.80, somewhere around there. That's why I don't really like gold at the minute. I feel like it's just in that neutral pocket between both sides. So like if you shorted at the earlier highs that we had, then fair. You know, same deal if you got long earlier during Asian session at any point, you could hold on to it. But as far as buying in at spot, where we are now, I'm not a fan. It seems very unclear. I think we've had better structure on some of the other assets like dollar yen, euro dollar, Aussie dollar, that kind of thing. Momentum at the moment is definitely looking lower, I will say. It's just, that question around 33.07 to 33.10 if we manage to find a base. JC is saying EU target 114.06. Let me have a look at my EU again. I can definitely see that. I was even looking as far as 114 flat. For now, I've taken profit on my EU shorts because I got in at 35, shorted down from there. So I'm happy to pause on that for now. Because I do also want to see dollar yen my levels are closer to 143.80. We only got as far as 97. So between that 80 and 90 level. So I can see dollar yen coming back down a little bit more before establishing a rally. It's either that or the low we had earlier was today's low, and we charge on, and in that case you get euro dollar kicking down further as well. But just where a couple of things are, same with gold, I feel like we're in kind of the questioning point now to see whether we get further momentum with these moves or if they pause here and turn around. So I'm gonna wait the next 15 minutes and sort of see how that plays out coming into the new hour.
Yeah, this is going to be my area of interest, I think, for the first one, to see if we get a reaction around the 310, this area here. Otherwise, because we've broken past this zone here, suggesting we're going to go lower. So yeah.
The other short I don't mind at the minute is Aussie dollar, kind of feeling like it might have sort of gassed itself out at the minute. Fair shot that we pull back a decent chunk.
Yeah, looks like it might have already started actually.
Yeah.
Looking at just this setup here, where it's positioned itself.
It's been the continual sort of pattern, I guess, we've had the last number of weeks now, right back into April, where we get these sort of big run-up days followed by a deeper retracement, big run-up again, deep retracement, big run-up again. So given where we got to earlier, we failed just before the peak point of Friday after the payroll. So with that, you've got a lower high. So I'm looking at that as a reversal. Back down to lower 64s at the minute.
Gamer, I can see Yastin's replied to you, but just use the live chat on the website and they'll be able to help you, or go to the Discord and the guys will be able to help you there, or just email help@thefivers.com and the team will be able to help you out. Okay, but we can't help you here, I'm afraid, mate. We don't have the trade talk in London between Trump and China. We don't we have? Sorry, brain is not working today. Quite right, Akram. We do have trade talk in London between China and between Trump and China. That's probably a good way of putting it. But yes, there is trade talk going on today in London. I got to be honest, I'm not overly hopeful of something coming of it, to be honest with you. They're sending over Howard Lutnick to lead the delegation for the US, so I'm not. I don't know.
I think it would just be the same stuff. They'll have some chats. They'll say the same usual stuff where they come out publicly and say like, "Oh yeah, it was a great talk. We're making progress." Blah blah blah, and that'll probably be it. I don't even know if the market will react much of this stuff anymore, because markets are starting to call the bluff on all of these talks each time they come out. Even from a negative standpoint as well, markets aren't reacting so heavily on negative news, because everything's so in play at the minute until we get stuff actually being signed, actual proper hard agreements. I think it's just chatter and noise. Agreed.
Absolutely. Let's go have a look. Somebody was asking about EURUSD at the moment. After having a bit of a rangy morning, broke out to the high side, but it hasn't continued higher. We go out to the 4 hour. Let me just get rid of these. Go out to the 4 hour. We are in this interesting area in here where we've tapped into these ones. We've taken all of these areas of liquidity, and what we didn't do, by the looks of things, is we didn't break this zone, or did we? No, we made an equal high on it. So let's have a look. What did I? No, it wasn't an equal high. It was from this
that previous week high.
this previously wick high, but it's equal, which suggests that actually we're probably going to go higher. It's not as strong as I would normally suggest, but it does suggest going higher. We've come and taken this low down here and bounced off this. Where's my mouse gone? Bounced off this one here, and we're pushing higher again. And that would kind of, well, I wouldn't necessarily fall in line with what we were talking about when it comes to USD JPY. That would, because we were talking about USD JPY showing a little bit of strength. So yeah. Shubham, my answer to your question on gold. Gold did the same thing before. Just analyze it on higher time frame. You will see the structure it formed before. Falling further, it should take liquidity. Yes, but my point, Shubham, is not that. It's the words that you use. It's the words that you use.
Mike's talking about semantics. That's all.
I'm talking about semantics. I'm talking about semantics. No, because I think it's important. We've talked about this in the past, right? You know, we laugh and we joke and everything else. But the point is that if you turn around and you say, this will happen, right? People go into chat and go, and they get influenced.
Yeah,
and
like,
they get, you know.
Like Yas is saying, more probability that gold.
Exactly.
Right? That's
exactly. Right. Yeah. Whereas if somebody comes in with this kind of authoritarian tone to say it will do this and it will do this and this and this and this, it can always influence people. And I'm just calling you out, mate. I'm just saying you can't say that it will, because none of us know for sure. None of us know for sure. Just because it happened once doesn't mean it's going to happen again. It gives some precedent to it happening again. But nothing is guaranteed in the markets. That is one thing. The one thing you can guarantee is that nothing's guaranteed, right? So, yeah, exactly. Anything can happen, right? And that's what we've got to be prepared for.
All a probabilistic game.
Exactly. It's all about the probabilities of what may or may not happen, right? Looking at the 1 hour on EU, if I was to look for buys, I'd probably want it to come down to kind of the 114.1 area, that kind of section. I think that looks better for buys for me. I say that, but it has left some major liquidity further down here for price to want to come and hunt. So I'd be careful. The next 2 hours are going to be interesting, because if this 4 hour candle closes as an engulfing to the downside, then I'd suggest a further dip, if I'm honest. But right now, in fact, we're already seeing a little bit of a push up. So
yeah, I think when I look at the Dixie, the dollar index, yeah, it's looking a bit split at the minute as well. 4 hour looks like we want to stage a move higher. Looking at the 1 hour, that is looking a bit weak.
1 hour looks a bit like a range,
we've got
to be honest.
Semi-conflicting.
1 hour. I mean, you look at frames at the minute. Look at the 1 hour. Realistically, we've not really got any major structure to suggest we're going higher or lower, right? We have come into this, tapped into this area here, but we've not broken anything really. However, so basically, like you're saying, this next hour, 2 hours per the hourly, for instance, is going to be critical, because you can see that forming there with the wicks on those previous candles. Yeah.
If we close higher, this looks like that wants to take that run up, the 100 points or so higher. Yeah. We were talking about earlier in ABL, which means US dollar yen up, euro dollar coming lower. So
looking at the structured forms, I mean, you've got this structure here for me suggests bearish momentum. This structure here suggests bearish momentum. So those are kind of what I'm looking at for the weaker dollar. I would query whether or not that you could argue this would be one leg, right? So could you theoretically argue that this move down here is a break of this structure, and so therefore you have a break and retest and going down further, maybe. But we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Do you want to pull up your chart for a second? I just need to quickly take care of something.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, let me add it.
Something on another screen.
Hang on.
I do want to point out one thing. Those of you who've been around for a while. What's my camera doing? There we go. You'll know that Memdex has been my the bane of my life to some extent lately. I mean, I didn't see this candle overnight, but this is my Memdex investment right now. But we've had a busy weekend. A very busy weekend. We had a pump over the weekend, and it sustained itself, and it's seemed to have found some new strength. So we'll see.
Where are you in at again? On Memdex?
I'd rather not say.
Oh, okay.
Let's just say I was in this structure here. Right?
Oh yeah, before big one. Yeah, okay. I was wondering how close it was to where you got in. Yeah, but no. Yeah. So still got a bit of a ways to go. I was in. Let me go out to the daily. So I was in. This actually doesn't go back far enough. I was in. I got in here and here. So that's around about that one, and I then added to my position at that one, and then as we came down, I held. I believed the hype, and I believed the structure, everything else. Turns out there was obviously, as always, there was a scam going on, but a massive community takeover took place, and they're now building what was meant to be built. So I've come to the conclusion that whatever I invested into it is theoretically already lost. So I can only now have upside. So at whatever point I decide to get out, I'll get out, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I haven't lost the trade, Henry, because I didn't treat it as a trade. I treated it as basically as an investment vehicle. So yeah, but not one that I'm proud of, if I'm being honest with you, because I could have been 5R up, which would have been amazing. But alas, there you go. Just give me a sec and I'll be right back after a couple of secs. Oh. Got rid of me. All right, I figured we'd have a look at the NAS as well, because we haven't touched on NAS yet. So this was some of the stuff we drew in last week, and basically highlighted this sort of block up here with my good old freehand drawing up here as the kind of sludge zone that I was saying price really has to get through here and sustain a move through here in order to keep running. As you can see, we've come into here and it's created exactly that sort of sludge kind of area. So interesting to see what happens for the NAS from here. We're sitting about 21764 at the minute, which comes right in line with if we go over to options pricing for today, based on expected move where things are listed, 21761 here. We're right in the middle of that probability distribution per the pricing either side at the minute. Longer term, let's zoom out for a second. So 4 hour, we've still got very much bullish structure, looking as though we want to have a run at the all-time highs up here. At the moment though, I mean, it's hard to say. We've still got good positive sentiment overall around indices, a bit of risk on, that kind of thing. We managed to get away from this head that we spoke about the other week, which was starting to look like we could get a bit of an asymmetric head and shoulders here, get stuck in here prior to the highs and then fall off. We did dip on there initially, where we came into that this support kind of channel that we outlined there. We've built off that. So very much, yeah, question is still out as to whether we can get a run for the highs and a break of the highs. All things considered right now, we're in line to do that. I mean, stuff can change, especially with the trade talks going on right now. If, you know, they come out and say, okay, hey, we're making progress, then China turns around and goes like, nope, we don't like this, don't like that. We could get a bit of a wobble. But there definitely is a propensity to keep loading up on stocks at the minute. So
I would, do you know what? I'm glad you brought that up, because I just brought up mine. Do you remember we were talking about it on Friday pre-NFP? And we were kind of sitting in and around this area. I think, where were we? And I was saying, I think we're going to come down. No, hang on a second.
it was just
I
before
was
that.
saying, I was saying we were in here, weren't we? I said, I think we're either going to come down and bounce off here, or we're going to come up and bounce down there. We didn't respect that level that I thought we would. We've actually broken past it. So it actually looks like it just wants to go longer. You know, it's taken all of this cluster that was there on Friday afternoon, the way that it opened up, in terms of the NFP news. It's taken all of that cluster of liquidity, and it's major liquidity pushing on up again. But it's struggled this morning. I mean, if you look at that movement there, that's the biggest horrible barcoding range you can imagine. So it does feel as though it's struggling to maintain that momentum, you know?
If I draw a put some actual lines in here. So you see, this was my sludge box, like I was saying, from last week. So we've come right in there, and yeah, that's sort of capped price through here, and we're now trying to tackle at the bottom of that. So this is just where there's a bunch of orders in the market that sort of have to, you know, they're all jostling for position, tug of war, that kind of thing. So yeah, this really needs to get cleared convincingly to get a run for the highs. It does look as though we're set up to have a go at that. So for the meantime, I would still say net long NASDAQ and indices. Even where we are right now, it wouldn't be a bad trade idea. Just you know, stop below the recent wick in the past half an hour, taking a run for that higher end at 21,800 or so. Not a bad small little trade. That or else hold it out longer to those initial highs that we picked at around 21,880 or so, and then up to the 22k if you want to hold that longer. Yeah, it's tough. I feel like this is kind of the kind of picture we're in for most of what we're looking at the minute. Kind of in this kind of sort of consolidation like kind of range on most things. We're trying to see where the tilt will come. We've got a bit of a channel forming in here on Eurodollar, which is interesting. So yeah, that's probably what I'll be looking at on Eurodollar as well, either to hold within that or get a sustained break above. Akram's saying Bitcoin's still marching forward. Is it? I haven't looked at Bitcoin just yet. Oh wow, it is. Well, it's up the past 15 minutes, that's for sure. Or this day, I should say. Past couple hours. That's good to see, because that little tumble we had was not looking very nice.
No.
But that's definitely come back pretty strong, I would say. I'm sure anyone long would be very happy with today's price action, because this still looks like very much alive, right?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely looks very, very strong right now on Bitcoin.
Like that's a very nice move.
In this video, do you enter the trade or just give ideas? So ET, hello. catch up with my camera. We do not give signals, if that's what you're looking for. This is not a signal service. This is a live trading room, so yes, we will take trades and we'll share trade ideas, but this is not a signal service. So yeah, we'll talk about what we see, talk about trade ideas. If we see an opportunity, we'll take one, but please don't be expecting us to start giving you trades that you need to take, because that's on you and only you.
Yeah, basically we're highlighting what we're seeing in the market. If that gives context to what you guys are seeing, if it helps you figure things out, then great. We're both taking trades on our own, you know, in the background. Like I've got like 5 different accounts and platforms and stuff up all at the same time, running different strats, different things. So yeah, we're just taking them all there. And then, like Mike said, we're not here to give signals or directly give you guys trades, but we will scope out the market, see what we're seeing, identify levels, that kind of stuff, and then see if it lines up with, you know, however you trade. I mean, everyone has different approaches here. You know, some people swing, some people are scalping, some people are session to session, some people are, you know, the whole trading day, right? So hence the other thing, if we just laying out, you know, these individual trades, it's not going to be helpful to everyone, only a small niche. So we try cover the sort of broad spectrum of all of these things, and then hopefully it helps you guys figuring out your own approach. Yeah.
Absolutely. Tiago, I'm just having a look at the DAX at the moment, actually, whilst you while you were asking that. So DAX last week made new all-time highs. So I mean, we are again appearing to push higher. I would be just a little bit cautious that this isn't just a kind of a grab some top end liquidity, some better positions to then maybe sell off. So I'd just be cautious on that because we do have a lot of gaps. Granted, the DAX does have a tendency to leave gaps and leaves them for quite some time. But I would be quietly cautious. Probably if I was looking at a position for this week, I'd be looking at selling down to this area, which is a nice zone on the daily, and then look for possible longs further up, heading up. If I was to refine it further, another zone that might be of interest is this one here, because we have this structure where it tried to push down and it's just broken higher. So so again, it's one to just keep an eye on. But at the moment, it looks like you're seeing some weakness come in following the highs up. The key level to keep an eye on, I would say, is this one here at the moment. That one there is for me, at least on the 4 hour, is the current support level. So I'd want to see how price wants to break down further, and if it does want to in fact break down further. Looking at it at the moment, I don't know. What do you think, LJ?
I mean, the DAX, they're kind of, yeah, it looks like we do want to push lower, I would say.
Isn't it?
Myself.
Yeah. Without doing a great, big, huge, boring, multiple time frame analysis, I think you're.
I think as well, because in part, like today was the final day for the EU tariff implementation, and then they go ahead from today. So there might be some people just covering in the eventuality of some, Trump comes out and say like, oh, sorry, we couldn't get to an agreement, therefore I'm putting in place the tariffs on the EU from today. So there might be a bit of covering from that aspect, institutionally, exactly. That kind of stuff.
Exactly.
I think, Henry said before, so risk on. Yeah, we do have a generally risk on environment at the moment after the payroll on Friday. It wasn't too bad of a number, all things considered. So it's definitely not enough to switch direction or anything for the Fed. But it also is slightly weakening as a trend, but not too fast, nothing crazy. That is naturally what we should see and expect just per where we are in the business cycle, how long rates have been up for, all that kind of thing. But then it puts in a Goldilocks period where employment isn't getting smashed. So from a company perspective, that's strong for profits and ongoing sales and everything. So hence sweet spot for indices per the US, but it also does slightly lean the Fed ultimately to looking at the employment side of their mandate eventually, which means an easing of policy. So that is also positive for indices. So yeah, at the moment we're in that sort of Goldilocks kind of pocket.
Just looking at a possible trade idea on the DAX. Potentially looking for price to come take this inside bar here, retest this wick area. I'm not thrilled at the structure of it, if I'm honest with you. But it does have validity in some sense. Might be more comfortable with an entry up here. Looks more reasonable. And then CS. I mean, as I say, this is our current support zone, but looking at it, it isn't amazingly strong. And we do have major liquidity further down, so I wouldn't be looking for a particularly big move. So I think probably something like that, maybe. I don't know. It's in fairness, what it has done, it's created this structure here down below, and it's bounced off it a couple of times. So you might actually be looking at alternative position, which is longs, but
for it to keep running, yeah, we really need to break 124. So 24,124 for me to see it continue running. Not quite there yet. So yeah, like you said, we could pause here with a slightly higher low and then return higher. NAS is definitely charging on. Euro dollar's coming further back off. Dollar yen's punching higher a bit. It was asking, do I trade the trend lines? So trend lines, I don't like trade with them as far as some reason to execute a trade, put it that way. But they are good for outlining structure. You're kind of measuring the kind of velocity of price action in the market per se. So for instance, when you're seeing price consolidate into a tighter and tighter range, they're good for just marking out visually as well. When you're looking at a number of assets, you can visually see right away whether you're approaching that area, and you can tell that hence if price is consolidated and now it's pushing to the upside, you're seeing an overall tilt to upside pressure in the price, and therefore that can now further, once you line it up with your other entry points, potentially identify a shift in the current direction. So they're good for when you get those consolidation periods after, say a big run up, price consolidates into a tighter and tighter wedge, and then breaks one way or the other. But they're not some rule in the market or something. They're a bit they're just like a visual guideline to observing price action, I would say. No institution, no one is trading off trend lines or your little drawings on the market, right? Again, they're just a visual aid to observe price action in real time. So yeah, they're assistive in amongst the rest of whatever trigger points you've got, macro outlook, considering current flow of news, data, all that kind of stuff, other significant levels, prior block order levels, that kind of thing. Raf was asking, what do we think of EU long? We were going over EU a little bit before, Raf. I got short at 35 earlier. I've closed out my short, so close them out at 17. For now, I'm waiting. I did originally was looking at you know, a large potential move ultimately for euro from here down to 113.20 to 113.30. That's not going to happen today though. Obviously, it's a bit of a quieter day today. There's a few places off for holidays in various parts of the world, and then there's not really any major data on the cards. And we had a fairly chill non-farm payroll last week, as far as, you know, nothing crazy or hardly negative or positive in the numbers there. And then over the weekend, again, no major spats from headline news, whether it's Trump or anyone else. So it's pretty buy the buy for today. But overall, I am still biased lower on euro dollar. I can see a bit of height in dollar index, up about 100 points. And we've currently, you know, dollar yen has moved up to 144.32. I would have liked a better entry at 143.90 to 80 to jump in. We paused at 97. So I haven't gotten into that, but I am seeing a bit of upside in dollar yen as well, at least near term. Fundamentally, longer term, favorable to shorts on dollar yen. But basically, we're getting that lining up with the structure I'm seeing on euro dollar, potentially short as well. So I'm
in a long at the moment on the DAX. Just like the fact that it maintained this low, so we'll see how it plays out. We had a nice bit of an impulsive candle here on the 1 minute. On the 5 minute, we've still got another minute and a bit to go. If it pushes on up, then it'd be a nice setup for longs, because we've also got this inside bar here to target as major liquidity. It's taken the low, it's respected this low here. We've got this one here as well, so it looks like it could push higher. So that could be a nice opportunity for longs. I don't know how long it's going to hold though, so I'm just keeping a close eye on it. But the fact that we had this attempt to push up, and yes, it pulled back down, but it then kind of, there you go, got a bit of an indecision there. Let's see how the remainder of this 1 minute candle, this 5 minute closes, but it looks like it could be a nice long, maybe even up to what, the 24,200 maybe area. Don't really like that 1 minute closing now on the last 20 seconds of this, though. That's not ideal. Yeah, not ideal at all. But let's see. It might just need another retest of the lows. No, the 1 minute is... No, the 1 minute's going to kill us. It's decided.
Yeah, I think it's going a bit lower.
Yeah.
Overall,
we'll see. If at the very least I can try and get out at break even, whilst it retraces a little bit of that 5 minute candle, we'll see. But yeah, it doesn't look too healthy, unfortunately, that one. Let's see. What else are you guys looking at? Let us know in the chat, guys, while I just try and nurse myself out of this trade. At least a break even.
Oh, we need we need a like pump. We get that like pump up. Need a pump up the jam.
We do need a pump. We do need a pump, guys. So who can pump us up, guys? Who can pump up the likes? Yeah. Let us know, and let's see what else have we got. Yeah, who's going to win today? Is it the Bears or the Bulls?
Smash that bear, man. Knock him out.
The bear call. The bear call on the DAX.
There we go.
There you go. Make sure you smash that like button, guys. That's like on the stream, guys. Let's get some likes up.
Yeah, punch them likes.
Punch them likes, guys. Punch them likes. Yeah, it looks like that sell on the DAX is going to play out by the looks of things. I'm closing. Yeah, I'm closing now, basically. And that, now it's going to pump, isn't it? It's going to absolutely.
Wait, are you long or are you short?
I was long. I was long, and I've closed it at break even. I've basically closed it.
Oh right, okay.
There, because of the structure it was forming on the 1 minute.
I mean,
the fact that it created 1-2, but it's now going to pump. I guarantee it. Just this is going to be another one of those moments, which is going to go down as a clip history to say Mike closed it, and then all of a sudden, boom, off it goes. Ah, jeez Louise. Yeah, look at that. It's going higher. Reason I closed it is I didn't like this 1 minute formation here. That 1 minute formation just for me it can be a suggestion of leaving the major liquidity that we've got higher up and saying we'll come back for that later.
To be fair, man, that chart seems like a bit of a mess all over. So I mean, don't feel too bad about closing it out. That's probably a sensible thing to do. Akron was talking about dollar CAD long swings. I can definitely see that. I mean, looking at it just now, bringing up dollar CAD, it's already seems to be pumping.
Pumping, yeah.
Dollar yen's going further now too. But yeah, dollar CAD, I could see, 137.20 for sure. You know, if we're seeing that DXY upside. So I think that's like a pretty reasonable trade.
It's already on its way, though. You got to be careful.
Yeah, it is.
It's already moving. So,
if you got in at like 75 or so, fair play. Even as much as 80.
Yeah.
But we're coming up to where we'll probably, pause at least temporarily up here.
Yeah.
Around this 85, 87 kind of mark. So, if you get a bit of a pullback, then maybe jump in.
Yeah, it does look. It does look good for longs. It's come down. It's respected actually this area here. You can see this low. It hasn't broken that low. It's come down. It's created another structure there. This would have been a nice break and retest setup from Friday. So yeah, as LJ says, you're kind of already in the move. I'd probably want to see a bit of a pullback before I get in on anything on that, to be honest. But it does look like a nice setup. Although I say that, and
it's because Eurodollar also had that further dip. Dollar yen jumped just now. We had like a move across the board.
Yeah.
So yeah, Eurodollar is into my initial support that I was looking for on the shorts. The interim target, I was going to take half the profit. Obviously, I closed them out at 17 before. I've already made what I need to for the day, so anything from here is extra.
Yeah.
But yeah, 114.07. That's where the pivot level is today for Eurodollar.
Let's just look at that. DAX looks like it might. Just to be clear, guys, I closed this trade at break even because I didn't like it on the 1 minute, and it's probably going to play out. So I'm just going to leave it there just to torture myself.
Yeah, I mean the NAS and the S&P definitely looking much better than the DAX, to be honest.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Is gold ready for a short yet? I wouldn't say so. No. Personally, I was personally looking for longs on gold. Initially from this area here. It's actually pulled back to a better area and then started going long. I would now be very, very careful waiting to see what it does at these levels that I'm marking out right now, because you've got one, sorry, not that one, and that one as major liquidity levels. So I'd be waiting to see what happens in this area here Does it come in? Does it tap into this and then shoot down? That would be my my kind of tester really, because at the moment, if you look at it on the 7 minute, it's creating this nice engulfing candle to the upside, so suggesting more bullish momentum. Some areas that it might bounce off.
I think we fair shot we could run to 35 off of this now. To be honest.
Yeah. Didn't quite come down as far as I would like on the fibs. Based on
I would like to touch more into 33.10 or so.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that is also nice. You know, that slightly higher low there. So I definitely wouldn't be selling gold at the minute. JC says, on the sideline now for EUG. Yeah, I'm the same, dude. Short earlier, taking profit on them. I'm just going to wait for the time being. EU is sinking at the minute. So I probably prefer to short EU again on like on a rebound, rather than going long here. I think dollar yen probably has a few more points higher as well. I want to see how it reacts around that 144.50 level on dollar yen. I'd potentially consider I'd probably rather short euro dollar than go long dollar yen at the minute.
Nice reaction from gold on the 1 minute. Reacted off this level that I marked out. It's a 5 minute engulfing candle here. It's wicking off. We'll see how this 1 minute closes.
We'll be back in just 1 second.
So that's not looking too bad. Decent opportunity for a quick sell. Something like looking for this as resistance and maybe coming down as far as there, but probably not. It's probably more likely that you're just going to react from somewhere like this. Probably that one there. So it might be a quick sell opportunity for those of you interested. So VO, there you go. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a sign. I don't think it's suddenly going to start selling off from here, but you know, it's a semi-decent opportunity for at least a little bit of a pullback on gold, but not for very long. Not for very long, I'm afraid. I think you're probably looking. In fact, you're probably looking to about there. Don't think it's going to be a very big move if it does. So.
Yeah, Sanjay, man, we were talking about that before. As far as the NAS, there's definitely the propensity for it to run for the all-time highs. We've definitely got the backdrop for it at the moment. It's quite, positive. That said, we've still got a lot of wood to chop as far as the trade deals, that kind of stuff. It's all just being rhetoric at the moment. There's no hard done deals, nothing put in writing, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Overall, though, I think people have realized that, at some point, money managers, pension funds, all that kind of stuff have to put money to work. So after the chaos that we've had, and it seems like it's going to be an ongoing thing, a lot of back and forth stuff won't be worked out necessarily very quickly. So at the end of the day, they have to put money somewhere. And obviously, after the relative dips we had, it's a good fair value trade for their fiduciary responsibility to, investors, that kind of stuff, to pick up assets at good prices. So we've seen a continued feed of that. There's been a huge uptake by retail as well in the past couple of weeks. It's actually dwarfing a lot of the institutional side, which are quite short. Obviously, as that's kept going, they have to hedge their short side calls as well. So payroll last week definitely was a very Goldilocks kind of number. The US labor market's slightly weakening, but not too much, just within line of what we expected. So it's always the concern is always over the rate, like the pace at which things like employment stuff come off. So it's not enough to necessarily shift the Fed's position at the moment, but it does indicate a gradual path towards easing eventually. However, not dropping too quickly, so therefore company profits and everything are going to stay strong, stay stable for the ongoing term. So that, as far as stocks, indices, that's very Goldilocks. That's perfect for what you want for them, and hence running higher at the minute. But yeah, basically the things that can twist that is going to be, the tariff type stuff. As far as the noise, the headlines that we're getting, the market is definitely starting to just, ignore it, just write them off, calling the bluff, because, they say a lot of things and then it changes the next day. And, you can't just be jumping in and out of things constantly like that. So there's definitely a tilt to just keep buying for now.
Yeah, exactly. So that gold trade I don't think is going to work out. Reason being is it's going to try and break that zone by the looks of things. It may or may not. Let's see. It could be one of those ones where it is just to the cent. These do happen. But that's why it's struggling. It's struggling because it's struggling to break past this area, but it has got these levels of major liquidity higher up. So we'll see how that plays out, but I don't think it's going to hold for the most part. For gold, if we look on daily time frame, the trend line indicates for longs. This is what confuses me. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that it really depends on how you trade it though as well, right?
Because depends what time frame you're looking at, yeah. Because definitely overall structurally, I would say yes, long definitely from higher time frames. Mike tends to trade more sort of very like shorter term within the day and within the session, that kind of stuff. Almost, scalp like per se. So when he's looking at, a short or something, he's often, down on, as you can see, we're on the 1 minute time frame, very tight stops. That's the way he likes to do it. So don't confuse that with the overall larger structure of gold being, bullish or bearish or otherwise. Depends, what kind of trade you're looking at.
That's crazy.
Sometimes, not always. I like the 1 minute for the entries, for the really tight stop losses. But not always. It depends what I'm seeing on other time frames. So here I can see it still hasn't actually technically broken that level, only just, but it's probably going to do it now. But it has left levels further down. There we go. It's taken that one. So and it's actually, I think it's actually just created an engulfing to the upside on the 2 minutes. So it suggests it's definitely going higher, which would suggest we're probably going for areas. I don't know. Maybe this is the move up finally that we were talking about, LJ, this morning.
Yeah, I think it looks like it is.
Could well be that move up. I'm
sure there'll be a slight pullback in here somewhere, but it looks as though we did sort of find a base earlier.
Yeah.
Dollar yen is definitely pumped. We're up at 144.44 now, so up almost 50 points from the lows earlier.
Taking a nice level down here, came into this area, really nice area here where I was expecting some kind of reaction. It's bounced off it, taken this major level, come back, taken that major level, and now coming up to a nice area where you might now start to see some weakness come in again. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think we could still see a bit higher to 144.50 kind of cluster. From there, if we can get a pullback into 144.25 or so, then I would consider longs from there.
Oh wow! Look at that DAX.
Yeah, it's getting
there you
trashed.
Go. So it wasn't such a bad decision to get out then. So yeah. Yeah, Sanj, you just never know, mate. Just never know. Gold, just quickly look at what gold is doing. After that engulfing, it's testing that low of that engulfing right now, and basically creating an inside bar on the 2 minute. No, it's broken it. So it looks like it wants to go lower again now, which, as you say, LJ, is a typical retest of when it breaks over that level. So we'll see how it wants to play out. But yeah, as I say, you've got these levels here. These just seem too strong for it to ignore. So yeah, interesting. It looks like it may come back for this area here. Once it probably retests this, decides whether or not it wants one of these two to give it some leg up. That's probably what I think is gonna.
Yeah, about 20 there. Keep going. ET was saying, what do I think about US dollar long started? Do you mean like what started the up move, or not 100% sure what you're saying, but basically, yeah, we just come back down after the big moves from Friday, bit of general retracement. We had quite a strong move in bonds after Friday as well. So the 10-year yield right up. We've just come back into natural support area for dollar yen. Early Monday, Asia, bit of profit taking, that kind of stuff. It's just a tug and pull of liquidity and whoever's in the market that day. We came back into a fair kind of value zone if you're looking at further US dollar strength. We spoke about this earlier in ABL. Would have liked to see it come a little bit lower for like a, just a perfect entry type thing. It's about 143.90 to 143.80 in that kind of band. So basically that round number 144 pretty much, and we pumped right up from there. So we're highlighting similar deal. Euro dollar was looking like we should sort of top out, and dollar, the Dixie dollar index was definitely looking like we got some upside. In part, what I was seeing through that was, despite having that dollar yen weakness, and so we definitely had a bit of dollar weakness overall through end of Asia, and then into the start of London session, we didn't see a corresponding move in the euro dollar, pound dollar, that kind of thing, that you would have expected from such US dollar weakness on dollar yen. So there seemed a slight lack of willingness to continue to pump up euro dollar and the pound. So seeing that, it looked as though they were quite vulnerable at some point to pause and then turn lower. That's what we've seen since then, and now corresponding up move in dollar yen recovering. So we are now trying to tackle that 144.50 kind of round number that we were looking at. The other part with dollar yen, there's always a lot of options at all of the kind of round number levels that come into play. From many of the retail side in Japan as well is actually very, very, very large, and does have a reasonable influence on days where it's a bit slower, like today. So you get some of those bands pulling things. But at the moment, yeah, just across the board, we're seeing a fair reason for US dollar strength, particularly after the decent payroll number, all things considered. It wasn't blockbuster or amazing, but we definitely didn't get, any of the sheer weakness that there was, some of the prior numbers showed that it was possible. So it was better overall than the concerns that were running around. But longer term, definitely still, fundamental side is short dollar, but we're going to have periods where, that turns around, takes a pause, depending on the flow of data and just how quickly that accelerates or decelerates, in the decline there.
Gold coming off.
Show for everyone. Yeah, they have been, brother. I don't know, dude. They're just having their own spat. Trying to cover anything, I don't think it's any of that. I think it's you just got two big egos jousting it out. They both want their opinion to be correct. And they both want their idea implemented. Yeah, not covering anything. It's just, two big egos in the same room. Yeah, both have a lot of power. One politically in his actual position being Trump, and then the other guy, massively influential, media, all that kind of stuff. Everyone in the world knows him, and he has a heck of a lot of money under his belt as well. And companies that are like structurally integral to the future. So he does have sway there too. Akram's calling for pump up the jam.
Pump up the jam. Hang on a second. Yeah. Let's see.
Gotta pump that up.
Hang on a second. Here we go. LJ's dressed for this kind of this tune,
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go, guys.
I hope that's gonna pump some likes, guys. Pump some likes.
Yes, smash the like button, friends. Do it for us. Helps us out.
I'm curious,
much obliged.
What is gold? Gold has just come off massively on the 5 minute.
Yeah.
Like hugely so. I'm trying to see what is. Has anyone seen any news come out?
No, for me, that's the retrace point right into the middle of the 20 MA and poly bands.
Yeah.
But that's definitely pretty heavy. I think it's just gold doing gold things, right?
Yeah. I mean,
there'll be a bit more flow starting to come in early pre-New York. People turning up to their terminals early around this time.
Yeah. I just don't for example, my setups I would normally go for. I don't see the setup.
Also, just about 1 p.m. in London, so I don't know. People come back to their thing slightly early, pre-lunch, post-lunch, whatever. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. That's just gold things, to be honest.
Look at the 30 minute and watch out.
All the time. It's just noise.
It's just insane, isn't it? Look at that. So I'm actually in a long because it bounced off that. I've just taken a quick scalpy long because of that reaction up there. To react from that engulfing candle there.
Yeah, I'm just staying out of gold today. I don't like. I can see both sides too easily. You know what I mean? So if I can if I can very easily see relative conviction for both sides of the trade, then I tend to stay out of it. So we're just in that neutral kind of area.
Oh, it's progress apparently. Progress in the talks.
Oh yeah, there is actually. Checking the headlines, yeah, no, it's true. Hassett was saying, I'm absolutely expecting progress with US-China. Yeah.
That was a while ago though, so gold should have. I mean, that was a good.
That was 20 minutes ago. Hey.
So that shouldn't really.
Well, I guess they've had further updates or something. Maybe no. Hang on, let me actually have a look. I haven't looked at bloody news. There's nothing in the past 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So I don't know.
Yeah, it was a very impulsive drop from here on a 5 minute candle. So it'd be interesting to see how how it finalizes the next 3 minutes. Yeah. Very, very curious. You got to watch it. Always got to watch out for gold.
That's very weird language.
What?
Hassett also said, US-China meeting today to be short, but bear results. Does that sound weird? Like, who would construct a sentence that way? Why did he say short and bear? Just in, like, that's the weirdest way to construct a...
Is this a signal?
Who says that? Yeah, who says that, right?
Is this a signal service coming from the US administration?
Like, normally you'd say, like, oh, meeting today is going to be brief, but, like, fruitful or something like that, you know, or, you know, positive or like, that's just really weird, specific wording. I don't know.
Conspiracy theorists, guys.
Yeah.
Guys, tell us what you think in the chat. Tell us what you think in the chat.
Is this a bear pump, guys?
Is this a bear pump that we're going to get shortly from the US news? And if so, what's the bear pump going to be? Is it going to be a bear pump for the dollar or something else? That's the other thing.
Yeah, it's just funny when you know they have signaled that stuff so many times. That's just you know, it's probably just coincidence, obviously, but that is really like who constructs a sentence like that is so odd.
It is a bit peculiar. Yeah. It is a bit
strange.
Peculiar, I've got to admit. Yeah, look at that 5-minute structure on the gold. It's very, very strange.
NAS still running well, man. I reckon you'd be catching some of your star trades on the NAS at the minute.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Possibly. I do like NAS because you don't get commissions on NAS, which is nice. Always have it nice to not have to pay more.
There could be a reasonable shot on dollar yen as well after coming up through here.
Yeah, I really like dollar yen for this area here, if I'm honest. I really like it for this. You know, we're in an area where we previously pumped up massively. We've still got an hour left to go on this 1 hour on this 4 hour candle. We've come and we've taken major liquidity up here. It doesn't, you know, the only thing is the way we're at that 1 hour close. So I don't really like the fact that we haven't got any kind of wick, which suggests actually some more bullish momentum. In fact, there's nothing I can see here really that says, yeah, I mean, you look how it closed. It was hardly a weak close on the 1 hour.
Oh yeah, Jonatan chimed in before. I just saw that.
What's up?
Yeah, what's this about?
Jonathan's in the dark. What's happened, mate?
Oh,
you having a nap?
You know what I did? You're not gonna believe this.
What did you do?
Guess what I did?
What have you done?
You bought something that you shouldn't have bought. You sold something that you shouldn't have sold.
I stepped on my graphic card.
Oh, I was going to say you blew it up, but I mean, that's close to anything. I was going to say you plugged it in and short-circuited it.
Do you know what? When you picked it up earlier and you were showing it to me and you picked it up off the floor, I was like, why are you putting your graphics card on the floor? And I thought, he can't be putting it on the floor. He's probably putting it in a box or something. You've actually stepped on it.
What do you mean? On what?
You stepped on the graphics card.
Yeah, I did. I think it's okay though. I don't have time to install. I got it last Thursday, I believe, and I haven't had time to actually.
This is how busy Jonatan is, guys. This is how busy.
Okay, so see, we have. I am absolutely expecting progress on the US-China talks. Okay, so that's what. So did see a little bit of volatility here. I got stopped out on my EU long. It's sort of recovering now, but gold is
doing goldy things.
Bullish. Yeah, gold looks bullish. Like that. What? Why is it raining again? Man, it's raining, but it's like super sunny. I am so sick of this so-called summer. God, I've been rug pulled. It's you know, I have my photos on this cloud. Let's Google photos, right? So like it comes up like, oh, this time, you know, today 1 year ago. It's like, oh, I'm on the beach, you know. I'm on the beach, and here's like it's raining. It's 16 degrees. If I'm gonna be on the beach, it's gonna be on, you know, in a, you know, I don't know. It's
in a suit.
We get 2 months of good weather here. We get 2 months of good weather. 3 months if we're lucky.
That's right. That's right.
Oh, whatever, Henry. Whatever.
That's right. Come on.
Anyway, who you got joining us now?
You get
who you got joining you now?
Bitten by snakes and spiders and whatnot over there.
Exactly. Who's joining you now, Jonathan, to reassure you of the dampness of your life?
I believe that would be Deanna.
Okay.
No holidays in the US, I believe.
Do you want us to keep you company whilst you wait?
Nope.
No, didn't think so. Alrighty then. In that case, guys, it's been a pleasure as always. Thanks for joining us on the ABL takeover. And Jonathan will be back on his own, looking at the rain right after this.
See you guys.
Thought something was broken, but it's just this thing here. I think we're all right. It's just a small. I don't even think it's supposed to be there. Should be good. Okay, what's happening? What's happening on the account? Let's go. Okay, so we bought this account this morning, and we are at where are we? Balance is 98,870, so about 1.2% loss on that one. We're about a loss on that gold. That's terrible entry on gold. Terrible entry on gold. I think we're good. Should be good. I like gold to the upside here. I want to I like the fact that we. And I want to fail. So this level, I think as soon as we reclaim that entry area, I think we're gonna fill. I think we're gonna fill like this void here. This little gap here. I think we're gonna fill that area. I'll hit TP on that one. That's what I think. And let's see if we get Deanna in here as well. I gotta say, do we have any holidays in America today? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. Maybe we have some. Yeah, the graphic card is still on the floor. I should pick it up. Thank you, Manish. I should pick it up. I place it right here next to a really good book. Have you read this book? Read this book? Not read this book. Have you read this book? It's a good book. And this thing is massive. I wonder, like, what goes on in here. I now start to wonder if I need to like buy a whole new box, you know, a whole new PC case, and get a couple of like get some good fans and everything. I think I'm well under. I got way too little and too small of well. Okay, let's change the background. Ah, that's right. It is better. Do we have any music? No music today, is it? It's a music-free day. Music on. Okay, we have a caps lock guy shouting. Gold has a bearish. I think you get your caps lock stock because the A is small and the inverse is also lowercase letters. So here's the tip. That's the tip for you, my friend. You see that right there? It says caps lock. You press that one and voila, it's done. We can all move forward with our lives in a more constructive way. Gold has a bearish 1 hour inverse FVG on gold. I think this is reason to come low. No. So that's not the reason. The reason is not like that. It's not the reason. It's because I have a fair value gap. It's not the reason. Gold does not care about your fair value gaps. Gold does not care. Gold does not care about your fair value gaps. Gold just cares about being gold and like going with the flow of, like, we're looking at the lower time frames, and especially like on the 5 minute. Like, honestly, there's a bigger probability. This is not even gold, but if we go to gold, this is gold. So honestly, like on the lower time frames, there's a higher probability of this price action here on the lower time frame being completely random than actually making sense. You can understand, guys. Like, there's, even in random markets, even in markets where price action is dictated by, let's say, a random walk approach. Just a random walk approach is when you have a sequence of things happening, and the next step in that walk is completely independent on anything that you had before. That's a random walk. And even if this is just a completely random walk, random price chart, you can still have trends. And that's the beauty of this, right? You can still see repeatable patterns and trends even if price action is random. I believe it's the principle of the R sign or arcane law or something like that. So yeah, market doesn't have to move just because it hits a certain level or it's a fair value gap. That's not the reason why it's moving, but you can use those to identify certain areas and all that. We got Deanna in the background. Let me know if I can add you. All right, welcome.
Good morning, or welcome. Thank you. How are you doing?
Well, good morning and welcome. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well. How's everybody in the trading room?
Yeah, I think they're fine. I better than me. There's a lot of volatility on gold. A lot of volatility. I have an open position here on gold. It's just very, very choppy, moving all over the place. I will just keep it as it is. We have Trump, China, US-China trade talks supposed to be happening now.
Today? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see that on the. Are you looking at Forex Factory or where are you finding that?
I think I'm finding it everywhere, but this is kind of like the big news of the day, sort of.
Gotcha.
They came out. I believe they came out with this yesterday, that they were going to meet today in London about trade talks focused on rare earth, but obviously there's going to be a talk where people are probably going to be focused on the tariffs, obviously.
Okay.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that develops. If we can get some comments on that. We had the White House senior advisor Hassett, I believe, saying, "I am absolutely expecting progress on the US-China talk." So that's obviously a market-moving comment, and that came out about 30 minutes ago. So we do see, if we look at EURUSD on the 1 minute, there are, I think that comment came out here. So the market is obviously waiting for. I'm showing the wrong screen. Let me open up TradingView. That comment came out right here, so I think the market is really eager to hear any type of comments coming out of that news event. But I'm thinking that would be a bullish scenario for risk assets, I believe. So I guess we could be looking at the stock market moving higher.
What time was that in the gold trade? That's on gold that you're looking at, right? On the 1 minute?
Right now, this is on EU, so that would be right here. But if I look at
the indices at that time and see what happened in the indices, because the indices have been moving up, but it's been much more slow and steady.
This is the S&P 500, and I believe that comment came here, somewhere around this area.
Okay.
Which, if you, I guess it could be this move, where, because that is sort of a breakout move, and then you're kind of retesting these levels again.
Right. And we're also coming up on Friday's high of the day. So Friday's high of the day was right around 60.25 in the futures market. And right now price is at 60.15. So we're about 10 points below Friday's high of the day. And that was a really strong trend day on Friday. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here as we get a little bit higher, especially if there's news to kind of propel things.
Yeah, looking at the NASDAQ, we have a really good looking retest of a low time frame breakout area right here, and I really like the structure here on NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have the open in 15 minutes, or is it in like 1 hour and 15 minutes?
It's an hour 15, and there's no high impact news today. So you're saying that there is potential for high impact news, not listed on not as like a regular event. So that could be a good volatility injection today, depending on, well, potentially either way. But we're also at a pretty important technical level too, because price on the S&P had broken out of a long-term range that had formed, popped above on Friday, and then tested that 6,000 level again, and then rebounded from it in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, something like that. And so we're sort of between those two important areas, that important 6,000 level and then Friday's high of the day, 60.25 or so.
Yeah, and I get the feeling that the market really wants to break out here. It's really looking for positive news, and it's really looking for a reason to move higher. And I feel like this talk, if they come out from this meeting and say that they've come to agreement, or they're closer to agreement, or just anything that would be positive, not because we now have the comments saying that they're expecting progress. Now it doesn't really mean anything, but if they come out from the meeting and saying that we now have positive progress, I believe that would really, I feel like that's what the bulls are waiting for. Basically, they want to see prices higher, because it seems that we are in overall risk on market right now for equities. I'm interested to hear your or maybe see your views on NASDAQ, if you're planning anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, now with the US Open coming up.
Yeah, I'm actually already long the S&P as of last night. I'll share my screen there and get that loaded up. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for saying hello. Okay, this is my screen on the S&P, and let's start at the daily. So here's the daily. Here's what we had last week. Thursday was a really choppy day, kind of a difficult potentially to trade day, depending on how you trade. And then Friday was a really nice trend day up. So price had gapped down and then pushed higher, but it did close a little bit off its highs. So the high Friday was around 60.25, and price is about just over 10 points away from there right now. So I'll be really interested to see how price reacts if it moves above this previous day high, if it maintains that level, pushes higher, or if we get a pop and reverse like we saw on Thursday. So on Thursday, let me take this off so it's a little easier to see. On Thursday, price pushed above this previous day high and stayed above it for a while, looking pretty good, even went above this swing high here, but ultimately ended up closing lower for the day. So here on Friday, we have this nice strong, it's not quite an outside bar because we never took the low here from Thursday, but basically went the whole range of Thursday and ended up higher. So as we get closer, that's what I'm going to be watching for, is how price reacts to this level here, if it stays above or if it goes back down below. And then looking at the hourly, here's that big range that I was talking about. So since I guess May 28th or so, we've been inside this range, and there have been like little rangy consolidations inside there. We had a huge shelf built here, and then price flushed and pushed higher. So 6,000 is kind of an important level because we've tested it and then had a big drop from there, tested it a bunch of times in here, finally broke through and closed above on Friday, and then retested it, you know, into Sunday. So now we're pushing higher from there again. So I think this will be kind of an interesting level to watch. There is no high impact news this week until Wednesday, CPI on Wednesday, PPI on Thursday, and consumer sentiment on Friday. So it's kind of nice to hear that there is going to potentially be a news event today that could be the volatility injection that we need to push a little bit higher. So I've already taken profit on part of my trade. I have a second TP that's a little bit higher, and then I'll sit on a runner if it hits my second TP. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Here on the 15-minute, you can see it a little bit better. It's just the same thing. It looks a little choppy on the 15-minute. It's a little bit harder to suss out. So I'm preferring the hourly right now. It just is a little bit cleaner and easier to see than the 15-minute, just because there's kind of messy price action on the 15-minute. Yeah, so that's what I'm looking at.
Look at the 15-minute now. It is what's those red horizontals that you have there on the 15 minutes?
Oh yeah, I don't have it on the hourly, do I? This is just a zone, like an important zone where price kind of. Let's put it on the hourly, and then it'll be easier to see, I think. Put it here. It's right here. So this is kind of the top of that range that I talked about, this big range here. And it was an important level because price tested it multiple times, finally broke through, you know, it pierced through, came back down, broke through, and then had a huge reversal from there. And then ultimately on Friday, it was able to make it above. So this is just the top of the range, kind of an important level.
Right. Okay, we're getting some moves now. So the trade talks between US and China delegation have started in London. So they're starting the trade talks right now, which means it's a very interesting timing. About 1 hour before the US market open. This can potentially create some significant gaps if the talks are done before this. But I don't know, like how long do you think? I have no idea, but you know, how long do we think these talks can last? I think they can last for quite a long time. I mean, if there's progress, yeah, I think they probably have quite a lot of things to talk about. Are we going to see comments or results within the hour before the US market? If we do, that's going to be a crazy market on the open. What if they come out and say like, they're seeing they're seeing positive progression on the talks, and then when the US market open, it's going to be like opening the floodgates of okay, so we have some more news here saying that the talks between the US and something I don't see what it says has kicked off in London now, with the US signaling a willingness to move restrictions on export in exchange for assurance that China is easing limits on rare earth shipments. The meeting, set to start Monday just after 1 p.m. local time, is expected to extend into the UK evening and might spill into Tuesday. Okay, so it's going to be a long meeting. It's going to be a long meeting.
Yeah.
Nice. So if you're watching this and you live in London, yeah, go check it out. Bring a camera. Join the live stream.
That'd be fun.
Interesting.
But ultimately, the best you can do is just trade price. There's always going to be things like this. There's a comment in there that says, stop wasting time with this drama. It's all fake to distract you from the real events. They are all part of the show. And there's a lot of truth to that, right? It's important to, I think, pay attention to the scheduled events that but that are coming, and you can trade around those, like CPI, NFP, that type of thing. But in a lot of ways, we can't know what's going to happen. And that's true with NFP and CPI and all those two as well. We don't know actually what is going to happen. To me, the best news is that it creates a likelihood for volatility, which means it's easier to trade the price action. But I agree in a sense, like sticking to the price action is going to be the best way to plan your trades while also being aware of what might be some drivers behind it. There's always going to be something that's going to be a new event that's going to come up that's going to be impacting the market. And it's a good thing for traders, right? Because we need price to move in order to make money.
Definitely. I think it's a good I'm trying to I'm trying to learn more about the fundamentals and the things that is actually driving price, and of course that's going to be the fundamentals. I mean, price is not really driving price. Technical analysis is not what is driving price, but technical analysis is a good way of understanding where price might go to, like where is the move starting and where is it going to go. But then fundamentals is kind of the driver that takes you from point A to point B. But technical analysis is kind of telling you where that move might be and how long it's going to, take and all of that. But I'm trying to, because I feel like now in my career, at least, I feel like I've come to the point where I'm not going to say there's not more to learn. There's always something more to learn, especially with technical analysis, the different concepts and things like that. But at least the basics, I got the basics in. So now what I want to try to do is understand the basics of fundamental analysis. And especially then in the forex market, you have to focus on central banks and interest rates and the bond market and all of that. Like if you're a stock trader, then you're probably more interested in the actual. If you're looking at individual stocks, you want to look at the companies. You want to do research on the companies. But understanding the fundamentals in fundamental analysis is that's not easy. It's very, very complicated. I've gone back and forth for a long time now trying to understand all this macro stuff, and I think what you should do is just understand the big movers, like central banks, and what it means when the central banks are changing their monetary policies and things like that. I think only understanding that kind of goes a long way of understanding if you're in a risk on or risk off market.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. It's interesting to learn about, and how you apply it to your trading, I think, is going to vary by trader, but it's definitely interesting to understand. Have you read The Creature from Jekyll Island?
Oh, I haven't, but I've been recommended that book several times.
Yeah, you might enjoy it. It put me to sleep. I kept trying to listen to it, and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm never going to make it. Or maybe I tried reading it first. And then I thought, okay, maybe I can do audiobook better. And I'll circle back to it. But my husband read it and he loved it. So, loved it and hated it, I guess. It sounded really informative, but also extremely disturbing.
Yeah, and I think also, but it is disturbing when you understand Yeah, when you understand money on a more deeper fundamental level, and the way that the central banks are working, and its history, it's yeah, you can definitely get that conspiracy brain going. You
Yeah.
know, it's a very it's very interesting topic. We had a question, asking where do I get those news events, and I get them from Financial Juice. So you can go to financialjuice.com. It has a really good news feed. Everything pops up there. I have the elite subscription, so I'm getting like with a quick, and then I have the squawk, so I can listen, and I hear him say whenever there's a news coming out, so I don't have to monitor at all time. You know what? I'm gonna add that.
I'm sorry.
Sorry? No, go ahead.
Your hoodie. I love your hoodie. I saw that in one of the ads, one of the promos you did for a challenge, and looks great.
Right. It is, and this is actually one of a kind. It's the only one made, and it's not being made again.
Really?
The only one. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah. But we probably need to start printing these, because we had a lot of questions on this. So probably we do have a merchandise store though, but I don't think we have the hoodie. We have a lot of other weird stuff, but let's see. Do we have a hoodie on there? You know what? I don't like this merchandise store that we have right now. There is a hoodie. But it's not the yellow. We do have, if you go to store.thefivers.com, we actually do have a merchandise store, but it's not.
What you said, it's store at the Fivers? It's on the Fivers.
Store.thefivers.com. I'm gonna add that book, The Creature from Jekyll Island. I'm gonna.
Oh, the underwear is hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure how marketing got that through.
Oh my goodness, that is so funny. Oh, there is a hoodie on the very, I guess, last page.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. It has a little tiny Fivers logo, but it's in white. So
yeah.
it's a little different than what you're wearing. I'm just gonna order the boxers. That's
yeah. I'm thinking about getting that as well, but
they're hilarious.
Yeah, I'm getting probably getting the cap as well. Yeah, so if you guys are looking for merchandise, then definitely go into there and get some. Yeah, I'm gonna probably add some stuff here. Yeah. Okay.
Someone's asking about a book by Linda Raschke. I haven't read any of Linda Raschke's books, but I follow her on Twitter. She has really, I really enjoy her content. There's a couple interviews she's done that have been really good. Her posts on Twitter are a little bit cryptic, so you have to kind of follow her and keep reading what she posts in order to understand what she's talking about. And even still, sometimes I have no idea what she's talking about. Because they are, I guess, designed to be kind of cryptic, but really good content from her. I should read her book, but I haven't actually read it yet. I think she has
I don't think her content is cryptic. I just think it's very advanced. Like she's at a level where, I mean, she's one of the market wizards. Mm-hmm. She's one of the original market wizards, I believe, or maybe she was one of the new ones. But and she's also quoted a lot in the CMT curriculum that I'm studying. She's quoted quite a lot in there, and she has authored several techniques used in calculating different indicators. Mm-hmm. So she's one of the foundational people in the theory of technical analysis. So she's really, really good. Not only is she a fantastic trader, but she's one of the best technical analysts out there. So yeah, anything that she does, probably a good idea to read it and look at it. Definitely a pioneer in trading.
Yeah, I guess maybe cryptic isn't the right word, but she's not trying to give financial advice. So she has a certain way of phrasing things that you have to read between the lines a little bit, and sometimes it is a little bit cryptic. I mean, she's not giving it out totally, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, I think some of them are, but she is somebody who says that she is 100% technical. She doesn't use fundamentals at all, even though she's obviously very savvy on fundamentals, and listening to her talk about fundamentals is actually extremely interesting. But when it comes to trading, she says that it's 100% technical, which I think is really interesting to hear somebody of her caliber make that statement. Is very encouraging and very cool.
Yeah, so sorry, I said a message here. What you said that, could you repeat that about it moves on? You say that she said that the markets move on technicals, or that she's just trading based on technicals?
She said that she trades based on technicals only. So she pays attention to I mean, she's brilliant. She knows everything about the macros, and she does follow that stuff, but she has made the statement that her trades are 100% technical only.
Yeah, and I believe that it's more than possible to be a 100% technical trader. And I think if I were not, like, if I was not working like in the industry, I would probably not care about the fundamentals, because one of the reasons for me to get a better understanding of the fundamentals of the market is to become a better market analyst, and not necessarily to become a better trader, because I believe that I already have everything I need to be a good trader, and that is technical analysis. But I want to be able to, for example, post market research and market analyst reports based on like a combination of technical ideas and see if they align with the overall macro and the macro regime, But if I would be just trading, just full-time trading, not doing anything else, then I would do so on only technicals, because I feel like it's easier also. It's much easier to just trade technicals than having to, because fundamental analysis is a lot of research. You have to, I feel like it's a lot of research. You need to put many hours into understanding what is driving the market today. But technicals, you can just code an indicator to give you signals. And if you have the technicals in line and you understand what you're doing, you can write a semi-automatic indicator, and then you don't have to spend too much time on the actual charts. I think that's the beauty of technical analysis.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also macros change constantly. So you can't stop and just, put it to rest for a year or something. Whereas technicals, I mean, you could stop trading for a year and come back and pick up presumably right where you left off if, you had a way of doing things. But with macros, you really have to, it changes constantly. And I think the other thing about macros, which is a deterrent for me, is just like we talked about that book, Jekyll from Creature Island, there's things that I cannot know, that we cannot know, that is not public information. Whereas when you're looking at technicals, you can rely on that as, what is available right now is on the chart. It doesn't mean that we know everything. It doesn't mean that we can predict where price is going, but we have everything that we need to know, and we can make a probabilistic decision from that. For me, when you get into the macros, you can still do that. I think it was LJ was saying with regard to news, like there's a very probabilistic way you can react to the news. But to me, I think that's really cool. I would love to know more about that. But to me, it's easier, like you said, to just rely on the technicals, because a candlestick is a candlestick. I mean, open, high, low, close, that's it. And so learning how to read that, it doesn't change.
I'm going to hop over to gold here quickly on MetaTrader, because as you can see here, I'm looking at the 1 hour, and I feel like we have a really good higher low being printed here on gold right now. So going out here, I feel like if we can just get above where I have my entry, we should be able to fill this little gap right here. And I also feel now that oh, that's not the one I'm gonna move. Okay. Oh man, I can't get rid of the drawing now, can I? Whatever. Okay, so this little gap here, I feel like if we can just get a breakout here, I feel like we're gonna fill that gap. And also now with the news coming out that the talks are on and it's going to be going on for quite a while, I think the market can now, because I don't think a lot of talks are going to come out of that meeting until we have something concrete. You never know, but now the market maybe have found a time to kind of relax and go with the technicals. And for gold, I'm feeling we're going to be looking at higher prices. But I don't know. It's like the gold Bitcoin broke out. I feel like that's a strong risk on move. We have the S&P 500 being like just on the edge of breaking out, like it's going to happen any second. And the NASDAQ, had that retest on the lower time frames, and it feels like it's starting to push higher. So not sure if that goes in line with gold. If we have the indices breaking out and moving higher and Bitcoin moving higher, it doesn't feel like gold is going to continue in that direction on the short term, at least. Yeah, we'll see. It looks bullish.
Gold has been a little bit difficult for me to trade lately because it has the tendency to trend, and when it trends, it can be a great place to trade. But recently, it's not quite been so much like that. We've had a lot of times lately where it hasn't been trending. It's just been kind of a messy consolidation. Even looking at the daily, it's like there are a couple sort of like straight consolidation areas, almost like a flag looking, like a downward looking flag pattern. And to me, it's just a whole lot easier to trade gold when it follows, when it does what gold does, which is, these really, really nice trend moves. And I don't see, I don't want to say my opinion compared to yours because you're in a live trade, but in general,
no, it doesn't matter. You're probably thinking that it's going to move lower, I guess. When you that's just another way of saying you think it's going to move lower.
To be honest, gold has just been a really difficult read for me lately. So I'm more inclined to just wait. Like if you look at my chart real quick, if I can just show on the daily. The times that have been really good for me to trade in gold or have been easy to trade are these moves where the same thing just keeps happening. Same thing happens, huge down move, and then the same thing keeps happening. So it's like when you can get long here and stay long and just keep being long until long isn't working. But then recently there have been these like nasty consolidations where nothing really happens. Price tried to break higher. Nice trend down, nice trend up, nice trend down, consolidation, this downward flag action. And then again, it's like we broke over this swing high, but it didn't really amount to a whole lot. So I'm not saying necessarily that I'm bearish on it. It's just, I don't really know with gold so much lately. I want to wait personally for when there are these, more trend. Even the down, if you short gold, these are great spots to be shorting gold. This doesn't look much, but this was 3 down days in a row after kind of an indecision candle. This would have been a little bit difficult because price gapped up and then trended down. But it's like once you start to get the memo that the move is down, then it becomes easier and easier and easier to just follow along. I feel like this whole area here has been, I just don't know yet. It's just this weird action.
And I think I think it's quite obvious also when you start zooming out and you look at the overall, because it did show us It has a different structure. I mean, it's not in a super clear bull market, and we did actually print a local downtrend with on a daily lower highs and lower lows, and then not until the beginning of this month, I believe last week, we broke above the local high and kind of started creating a local uptrend again. So I mean, gold has technically been in an indecisive market structure ever since we had that top in the end of April. So I think that's also why it's difficult to trade it, because it's not really giving clear signals on what's going on. But before this, I mean, yeah, you just buy gold, you buy gold on every breakout, every all-time high breakout you buy, and you would have made a lot of money. It's not really that easy anymore, but we'll see.
Yeah,
it's
well, and there is something really bullish about gold. I see Vinicius said he gave up on gold, and I agree. Like I have maybe not permanently given up on gold, but I've certainly stepped aside for a bit. But it is quite bullish that price took out the previous day low, so last Friday's low. It looks like price gapped down from Friday, but then took out the previous day low and has pushed higher. So as long as price stays above that previous day low, I can see how you would take a long on this trade.
Yeah, because now what I'm seeing is that the weekly, the daily, but the weekly and the daily is bullish.
Mm-hmm.
The 4-hour I view as bullish, even though and I'm not talking about like local structures, but the weekly, daily, and 4-hour I view as bullish. Now the 1 hour is when it becomes a bit problematic. I'm not really sure about the 1 hour, but the thing is, if you're looking for a retrace on the daily and you're looking to go long on a retrace on the daily, now that retrace is most of the time going to be a 1 hour and lower downtrend. So it's not often that you get a daily retrace and all timeframes aligned bullishly. It's more like all timeframes aligned bullishly when you have a daily breakout.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm looking at right now, if I switch over to my chart here, what I'm looking at now is basically if you this. So on the daily, I'm looking at obviously this being the bullish primary trend, and that trend turns into a bearish trend here, and then it turns bullish here again.
And
I'm
that's
looking for
because it
this.
made the higher high.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a higher low and then a higher high. So now I'm looking at sort of this bullish channel, and then if you go into the daily, you see that it's retesting sort of this support area right here. It's a retest of that support area, and then if you go into the 1 hour and remove all of the bigger levels here, you can see that it's now a break and retest of this level. And I'm viewing this as a high, with that being the high. So you kind of have this. So now what I'm looking at is something that I believe is bullish on most time frames.
Yeah,
but there's definitely a lot of pressure to the downside.
Well, and on the 1 hour, so you broke previous day low, recovered that. I think, what is the previous day low? 33,333. And it's easy to see on the 1 hour, on the 1 hour where it broke the previous day low, pushed above, and then on the pullback, it tested just above the previous day low. So Friday's low, and now seems to be reversing from there. So, I think it looks like a decent trade. All we're doing here is like probabilistic entries, right? Like we never actually know where anything is going, but from a probabilistic standpoint, that trade I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but then again, it's like, we like I said, we have no idea, and I think the faster you accept that we don't really know where price is going, the quicker you're gonna become profitable, I believe. Like when you just try to, especially when you look at the weekly and the daily, and you get an idea based on the weekly and the daily, and then you go into the 1 hour, 4 hour, and you enter a trade. To to have tight stop losses or to micromanage that trade is a big mistake, because you're basing the whole idea on the higher time frames. So you have to let the idea also sort of in a sense play out in a bigger time frame, a bigger perspective, because whatever happens in a daily candle, inside that candle, it doesn't matter to the higher time frame trend.
Yeah. Just kind of like plan your trade, take the trade, close your eyes, or move on at least, do something else, let the trade play out. That just highlights the value or the importance of taking planned trades. So having an idea of what it is you're looking for, and you never know if it's going to come to fruition or not. If your idea is correct, well, you will know, right? Because your stop will tell you. If your stop gets hit, it means the trade wasn't correct, and that's just life. That's the way trading works. And if it isn't hit, your trade idea was right and it pans out. Fortunately, we don't have to be right all the time. We don't even have to be right most of the time, depending on how your system is. But if you're taking probabilistic trades, and that is, I think, relying on the previous day low, to me, is an excellent way to trade with the probabilities. So whether your trade works out or not, the fact that it took out the previous day low, recovered, that's just a probabilistic trade. I have no idea if it's going to win, lose, or otherwise, right? But that is an excellent example of a probabilistic trade that's worth taking.
Yeah, definitely. And that's also where, the risk to reward comes into this. You're going to make sure that you have a favorable risk to reward as well.
Mm-hmm. Relative to your win rate. So if you have a win rate of like 80%, your risk to reward only need, you can have like a 1-to-1. If you have a, let's say 30% win rate, well, you're going to need to have a higher R ratio, right? So like a 3-to-1, 4-to-1 type of thing. And psychologically, it's definitely easier for a trader to go with a higher win rate and a lower risk reward. Although a lot of times we want to take these like big, sexy run forever trades. You can't have your cake and eat it too, because those win rate and R ratio are inversely correlated. As one increases, the other will decrease, and vice versa. And so figuring out, what you want to be as a trader is really important. And also thinking about the trading that you do. Like, for example, when I started trading, I was really big into IBD, Investors Business Daily, and William O'Neill. And he would always have these trades that were like he called them like 10 baggers, 100 baggers. I don't know if that's like a common term or if that's specific to him, but if a trade would go up 10 times, that's a 10 bagger. And so he was always talking about like pick and save. If anyone's familiar with IBD, he would trade pick and save, or these trades that would just move incredibly far. But the win rate with something like that is going to be really, really low. So for most traders, I think it's better to focus on a higher win rate and a lower R ratio, because psychologically that's just a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think. Did you say lower win rate? No, you said higher win rate, right? Yes.
Having a higher win rate is psychologically easier to handle, because we're sort of like programmed to want to be correct, quote unquote correct. Of course, that's not what we're actually focusing on is whether it's correct or not. That's not helpful, but that is kind of how we perceive things. When a trade wins, we have a tendency to think, oh, it won, right? And it's helpful to kind of get away from that thinking. But yeah, higher win rate with a lower R multiple, I think, is a little bit easier for traders to use. And especially for day traders, because typically in a day, the price is not going to move, 10 times your risk very often. It might happen sometimes, but it's very often going to move 1 time your risk, or 1.5 or 2 times your risk. And so a higher win rate psychologically is easier, but it's also more attainable to get a smaller R ratio, especially again if you're trying to day trade.
Yeah, and I think for me, I definitely function better with a high win rate because it's easier to win. I would rather win more and have lower win rate and at least see some small positive progress than having more. I'm definitely better with dealing with loss, and it might be obvious to most of you, but some people deal with losses better than others, and some people are actually really bad at dealing with winners. If you have a lot of winners and you'll get overconfident and you start taking, especially if you're a discretionary trader or manual trader, and you're going to be, that you have a high win rate, it's easier to take trades that are not perfect. If you have a low win rate, you're going to be more picky because you know that most likely your next trade is going to be a loser, and that can affect you psychologically in different ways. So I think for me, I'm definitely a better winner than I am a loser in trading, if that makes sense.
And that's normal. I mean, we're programmed to avoid punishment, right, at all costs, and our brain views a loss as a punishment in a sense. And so we're inherently inclined to sort of avoid that experience. And so, even thinking about sort of your human nature, that is consistent with going for a higher win rate. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what was the optimal win rate and R ratio using just math. And it was extremely confusing and infuriating because the reality is you cannot do that with math. There is no optimal win rate. So then I thought, okay, there's got to be a technical answer combined with the math. And the reality is, psychologically, I think it's easier to have a higher win rate, but also you have such a smoother equity curve when you have a high win rate with a low R multiple. It's a much smoother equity curve. And that can also be reinforcing, right? If you are taking these big win rates with little losses, that can work, but it's just a lot of waiting and being patient. So you really need to know yourself better and know that you can handle that. And again, we're just programmed to avoid punishment. I mean, there's tons of research that shows we avoid punishment and we seek reward. And so sort of capping that loss experience is important. We can't guarantee that we won't take losses, but we want to keep them small and ideally keep them from happening as rarely as possible. And the only way to make that happen is to take, smaller R multiples as well. Somebody asked about famous traders like Linda Raschke, Bill O'Neill, and others offer their own system of trade. Whose system is successful? I would say anybody that is in your list there, because we know them and they're famous, they are definitely have a system that is successful. And the question is, what can you as a trader make work for you? So Bill O'Neill's system, I studied that for a long time and used it with stock trading and that kind of thing. I definitely think you can make money using that, but there is no quick, you have to develop your eye for what he's looking for, right? He developed an ability to see the nuance in the charts, and you really have to be able to do that and understand the whole system, I guess.
Yeah, I think also a good thing to do is to instead of looking at the the influencers on Twitter, because 90% of them are making more money from advertising trading than actual trading. But if you look at the Market Wizard books, these are people that Jack Swagger reached out to and asked for them to confirm their track record with broker records and everything, and they have insane track records. Like we're talking about the best track records in the industry, and they're explaining how they're trading in those books. So if you really want to understand how, that's how I built my systems. I looked at what is everyone else doing. So first, understand what is technical analysis, understand the basics of technical analysis, and then look at the legends. Like, what are they doing? And like, you look at some of them, and they're like, yeah, they buy whenever the 52-week high is broken. What else? Well, nothing else. They just trail the stop. It's like, what do you mean? Like, that's all you do? Yep, that's everything I do. I've been doing that for the last 30 years, and I'm one of the most profitable traders in the world. And then you have other influencers say, like, I got to do this and that and that and that, and I feel like it's always best to go to the source of things. So when it comes to technical analysis, you want to go to, for me, the source would be the CMT. I think that's going to cost a lot, and it's going to be a course. But there's, what's this book? It's a John technical. I'm going to see if I can find that book. Okay, so which one is it? Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets, a comprehensive guide to trading method by John J. Murphy. That's sort of like that's the basics of technical analysis. You get that, you understand technicals, and then you start building a system based on the ideas outlined from these legends, like Linda Raschke and I can't remember even one, but all of the others. It's I think that's really what we're gonna do. And then in the comments says, some Wall Street use levels only, and
I rely
it's not
a lot on
about
levels.
Yeah, but it's not about the levels. It's about how you interpret the levels, right? It's about your time in the market. What knowledge do you have? And when you see a level, what does that mean to you? It means something different to me than what it means to you. And for someone completely new in the market, would have no idea what support and resistance is. If they see a support, they have no idea. But then after 5 years, they'll get a very good understanding of what that level means. So it's not just about saying, like, okay, we use supply and demand, horizontal support and resistance. It's more about the knowledge that you have and what information those levels tell you about the market. So you need to spend time. You need to understand the technicals behind these moves and how it works. So it's just about studying.
Yeah, if you're looking to get started somewhere, I don't know exactly where it is on the Fiverr's website, but one of the game changers for me was Gil Ben-Hur has I can't remember if it was like 4 or 5 course series on support and resistance.
Yeah.
Is it support and resistance or supply and demand? It might be supply and demand,
I believe.
And that was really helpful to me, watching that and learning from him on that. I thought he did a really nice job in that course. You can find it on YouTube as well, on the Fiverr's channel, I believe, and then also on the Fiverr's website somewhere in there. And I thought that was a really, really well done course that he gave, and really helpful. I think I watched it multiple times, 2 or 3 times, to really, the first time you're just like trying to get the information. Second time, like, okay, what is he really saying here? And third time, I'm like stopping it, zooming in on the levels, trying to figure out, what precisely he's doing, and then go onto your own charts and try and emulate what he was doing. And, I don't use that 100%, I wouldn't say anymore, but it was really helpful. And it was the first strategy that I came up with a systematic way to do what I had learned from him. And that was the first time that I passed a funding challenge, was using that information. So that could be a really good way to get started. And I also saw that Jack Schwager is writing a new book. I'm not sure when it's coming out, but it's going to include.
Yeah, he's writing a new book, and he interviewed. He added some more people.
One of them, for sure. That's going to be on, which is cool. Like a newer trader, I guess. Not newer trader, really cool. But I'm saying like a younger trader.
Yeah, younger trader, and also very big on social media. Like he is definitely one of those, definitely a big social media personality and a very good trader as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see kind of this new approach to the market wizards, like the new the new guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one to think about is, I don't know if the book is called Turtle Traders, but if you search on like Amazon or something, it's called something along those lines. And that is a really interesting thing to think about as well. I'm sure most people probably know the history of the Turtle Traders, but in case you don't, basically it was these two guys were kind of having a wager over whether or not you could train somebody to be a trader. So if you could take a protege and teach them how to trade. And so they found people that were willing to do this, and they trained them, and they trained them how to be traders. Gave them their exact system and everything. And what's interesting is some of the traders did really well and some failed out. They, blew up their accounts and they couldn't make it, even with a system that they were given. That's really interesting as a trader to think about what that means, what implications that has, and how you want to focus your time and energy as a trader, because it means that there's more to it than just the system. And that's not meant to be like discouraging, but to really think about, there are things that go into being a good trader that are beyond just the technicals as well. But the technicals obviously are really important, because a good number of the people that they trained did end up being successful traders. So something to think about. So that's your reading assignment for the week, I guess.
Yeah.
I think we talked more about books today than we have since I've been on the stream, but that's fun. Hopefully
an interesting, definitely interesting conversation. There's some very good books out there. Did you say that there's a new Turtle Trader book? No, you're referring to the old one.
No, there's a new one coming out, but it's not published yet. I'm not sure when it comes out, but it's the one that'll include Lance B and a couple other. Hopefully there's a female in there, but I only know Lance B is going to be in that one. And I think, there's another guy, but if I try and say the name, it will probably be wrong. I think his name is Leo, but I'm not sure about that one. But if you look through on Twitter, on X, you can find information about that. But I'm pretty sure it's not out yet, so I'm not sure when it's coming out.
No, let's see. I'm really looking forward to that. It's gonna be really interesting. Really interesting. Let's see.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Born in 2944. It really is a really good series that he created. The supply and demand course is really good. And if you haven't checked it out, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of positive comments, positive feedback on that as well. So definitely worth checking out. I will see if I can find it, and I will then link it in the comment section.
I know for sure it's on the Fiverr's website. So, and you can even on YouTube search supply and demand Gil Ben-Hur, or even it's easier if you just search Gil Ben-Hur and it'll come up. I think it has like a black and white and gray and yellow color scheme on the template. And you'll find it. So it's time for me to pop off.
All right, Deanna, thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you so much, everyone. It was great to see everyone in the chat. Good to hang out with you, Jonatan.
Thank you, Deanna. Been great. Looking forward to next week.
All right, we'll see ya.
All right, take care. Okay, guys. So I wanna show you something. I'm in a trade, and I meant to show you this. This is on my on another funded account that I have, but mostly on my personal trading account. I do trade a little bit differently on my personal account, but I want to show you the USD JPY idea that I have. So today I've been streaming quite a lot, and there's a lot of holidays all over the place, and Victor is busy today, so he can't join. And I gotta pick up my kid from school earlier than planned today, so we might have to end the live stream a little bit earlier today. But what I wanted to do here is I'm gonna go through a USD JPY trade, and then we're gonna switch over to the CMT curriculum, and I want to talk about some of the things that I want to show you some interesting things from that one. I hope I can. It's just one slide, so I think I'm able to do that. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? Gonna add the. This is gold. Where do we find the course? Okay, let me see if I can find that one for you guys. Yep, I think this is the one. I'm gonna link it in the comment section. You can also go into the hub, into the Fiverr's hub, where all the our VOD section, where you can find all the videos. But that's got that from Gil Ben-Hur, that course right there. Okay, so USD JPY. Now let's go and look at the cycle analysis, or the higher time frames first. So this is the overall range that we are seeing here on USD JPY on the weekly. And so I've gone through this chart for a while, but there's a couple of things I want to mark out here. So this range, or we don't really have to view it as a range, but what's important at least is that we view this level as support. That's you understand that this is support, and every time we have hit this level, ever since entering this area in June of 2023, every time we have hit this level, we have a V-shaped recovery with a fairly strong bullish weekly candle, almost like a bullish engulfing candle. Happened on the first test, and the second test here marked with a number 2. Same type of V-shaped recovery with the same type of weekly bullish candle. Now we'll look at the third retest right here. The third retest happened around the end of April this year, recently, and we now formed a double bottom. Now you might look at this and say, well, the double bottom at support, that's a bullish structure, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a bullish structure. You have to put this into the context of things. And if you look at the first and the second test of this level, it was a very violent move from this level, and it came from a retrace. What I mean in retrace is there was one move going into the level and then a reversal, one big move coming into the level and then a reversal. Here you have one move to the downside, a bounce creates a lower high, and another move to the downside, a move up creates a lower high, and then another move to the downside. So the move to the upside on this bounce was not as violent as the previous 2 times, right? And you also had a moving average cross here when you hit that break and retest of the range EQ. So you have a bearish trend. So with this in mind, keep this in mind, right? There is a weakening characteristics of this range. Now, if the range low breaks, which is somewhat likely, I do think it's more likely for us to see a move to the upside, but it's still somewhat likely based on the structure of and the weakness of this move that we might move lower. So if we do break the 140 level to the downside, we might see a big move to the downside to 130 looking at the high time frames. Now that is, in my opinion, not as likely as seeing a move to the upside, and that's why I've decided to open a long position on USD/JPY a couple of weeks ago. Now, if you look at the daily here, now first, remember that the area marked with the number 3, that's the 150 level. That level is also the range EQ of the previous weekly range. So that's the high time frame level. You also have this descending trend line marked with a number 1, and this very important support at around the high time frame range lows marked with a number 2 at around 144 to 144.50 area. Now, what I see here is I see a pattern where price is also creating a double bottom on the daily inside the reload zone, confluent with this high time frame support level. Now, this double bottom on the daily is also the right leg of the weekly double bottom. Now, that adds some strength to the otherwise weak double bottom on the weekly, if that makes sense. And what I'm looking for here on USD/JPY is for price to break above this descending trend line and hit the levels around number 3 here. The trade that I am in, as I've showed on the first chart here, is a higher time frame swing trade based on this. I got my entry around here, I got my stop loss down here, and I'm looking to take this trade up to that range EQ level at around 150. And today, this morning, I have doubled this position. The way I'm trading the hypergrowth account is I'm trading that on an intraday basis, but this is really how I trade my bigger funded accounts and my personal accounts. This is how I trade those, and I'm going to get 1 to 5 trades every month. That lines up with this. Rest of the accounts, if I'm going to be honest, I'm mostly trading only my personal account. This, like, my funded account is mostly running automatically with the EAs, but I do enjoy much more trading, doing this swing trading type of trading like this instead of the intraday trading. There's a lot of definitely more stress with the intraday trading. Guys, let me know in the comments if there's anything you want me to look at and chart requests or anything like that. And don't forget to leave a little like. And if you're new to this channel and you like what you're seeing, don't forget to subscribe and hit that bell notification button as well, so that you get notified whenever we go live. Man, I get tired standing in front of the cameras talking all day. But I'm very happy that I have you all to keep me company here. What's my view on NAS100? Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look at NAS100. Well, on the daily, we're bullish. We're approaching that high time frame resistance, all-time highs. Got on the 4 hour, we are obviously quite bullish, seeing some sort of ascending triangle here. I can show you on the S&P 400 first, just that ascending triangle, which also could perhaps be a rising wedge. Now, a rising wedge would be a bearish pattern, but this looks like I'm more interested in viewing this as a ascending triangle based on what the level looks like on the daily. It looks like looks more of a flat resistance than a trend line. But I have marked out both the rising wedge and the ascending triangle here. But it does look like we have a breakout in the making on the S&P 400, which means we would probably break out here on NASDAQ as well. Let me see. Let me zoom out here, because I do have orders in for NASDAQ right now on the EA account. So I'm just going to switch over to the EA. I'm just going to switch over to the EA account. a look at the orders. That should be this one. Okay, so right now, yeah, definitely. I mean, if you have any questions on psychology, I would love to go through that as well. But it's I'm not a psychologist, of course, so I can't really give you. But I do know quite a lot about if. But you know what? The best tip I can give you would be to get this book. This book, in my opinion, is all you need on the psychology of trading. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, a fantastic book. Okay, so on the NASDAQ, I have orders set for, you can see here, it's the EA I'm using on US 100. So right now it has buy orders at the top of this range, and then sell orders at the low of the current range right here. If we do get a push to the upside here on NASDAQ in the next few hours, then I will enter a long position on that one. You can also look at GBP, JPY, have long orders on a possible breakout a little bit higher. Makes more sense if you go to the 4-hour, as it's going to be taking out that high, and that will enter me into a swing long position on GBP, JPY. And then, of course, we have the gold trade. I bought the breakout here last week. That one failed, but it's looking to get in on that breakout once again, once that level potentially breaks to the upside. Yeah, we have gone through EURUSD in the morning, but I could take a look at that once again. I'm just gonna lower my desk here. I've been standing up all day. Our challenge is valid. Yeah, I'm gonna get you on. I'll get you on the live stream. You'll trade against me. Let's see if we can set that up next week. I've been so focused on the CMT, like studying for CMT and all of that. It's kind of, man, it is stressing me out. I'm not gonna lie. Like, the life of a trader is not always easy. I mean, I guess that has nothing to do with trading, but you know, studying for that test, working full time times 10, it feels like, and taking care of kids is. But as soon as I'm done with that CMT, I'll get you on the live stream, and we can do a little challenge. Okay, so let's look at EURUSD. This is not EURUSD. This is NASDAQ. All right, so I went long on EURUSD here in the morning. Obviously got stopped out. It went much lower. Completely broke the trend here. But now it's at a level where, like, it kind of feels like a good long. Like, I just want to long this. Not sure why. But on the 4-hour, it looks very, very messy. On the daily, I mean, we're still in an uptrend, but I'm still looking at this as it could be a potential lower high. See what I have in a 4 hour here. I don't think these drawings make a lot of sense. Honestly, I feel like I have a pretty bad read on EURUSD. Like, there's not much to say about this. I mean, sometimes you just have to, like, sometimes you just have to accept that you're not finding anything. I feel like it's quite difficult to find anything here, but we do have a level here. But we have many levels. We have levels all over the place. It's just about, you know, pick your level, basically. It could be this one. Yeah, that's probably a better level. Yeah, on an intraday basis, I'm thinking we might come down and test this level. Yeah, gold is falling, coming closer and closer to that stop loss. Just give me a second, I just have to check something quickly. All right, sorry about that. I just had to check a quick video. Make sure that it's all good before I start sending it over. Louis says, I've banked 3 EU trades on the 1 minute so far. You should come on the live stream. You should come on the live stream and show us how it's done, because right now I'm not making a lot of money on EU. But I do. Okay, so Flightless Travels is saying, due to break of structure to the upside, 113.879. 113.879. We might go lower. I'm thinking we might go lower. I got this terrible share. I bought this share for like, I don't know, $2,000. It has like built-in heating and massage and everything. I don't use that. Like, I never used that, but it's just supposed to be like the best share in the world or whatever. Terrible. Regan says US index is gaining some strength, hence EU is currently looking bearish. Yep. Very likely. Very likely. NAS is looking strong. So on NAS, I need that level to break to the upside for me to enter a trade. See if we can get that. We've got the open in any minute now. Yeah, okay, I'm muted. I've been talking for quite a long time. I feel like I've been talking for a while. I'm muted. Okay, so the market is opening right now. We're getting some volatility here on the NASDAQ. We're getting some volatility on gold as well. See if we can move to the upside. I think you can hear me now, right? Let me know if you can hear me. We do have a long way up here. I think what's needed for us to really break through here is also because of the fact that we do have the trade talks between the US and China going on right now in London. We're probably going to have to wait for news from that before we have any major movement. Well, the S&P 500 is raking lower. NASDAQ is following. At US 30, a very big move to the downside here on the market open. What a big move. Hitting a support here. I think around this level we should see a bounce. Looking at the dollar, I'm still long. Still long on gold. Not dollar, gold, I mean. I'm still in this trade on gold. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I got about probably about 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left on the live stream before I have to run. Thank you for reminding me, because honestly, I might very well have forgotten about that. Oh, I never forget my kids. Not all the time. Never. Maybe it happens. Have happened once or twice, or 3 times, maybe 4 times, 5 times. I don't know. Right, gonna get some coffee. Man, I am definitely stuck in this gold trade. Not looking good. I want to show you something. I made a correlation chart on USD JPY with the other JPY pairs. So you have at the top you have CHF JPY. So yeah, we have all the majors and the process here for the JPY. The important ones, and they're basically all bullish. Every JPY pair is bullish except for USD JPY, which is kind of like bearish to neutral, and that actually adds to the idea that I want to go long USD JPY, because I feel like JPY is lagging behind, especially when you have that USD JPY at the high time frame support that we're trading at. Just wanted to show you that this is also a type of analysis that I do to try to find reasons to go long or short. All right, I am still long gold. Keeping this trade open. It's probably gonna hit my stop loss. I'm gonna change my TP. I'm gonna choose a higher TP, and then I'm gonna leave the trade. No, you know what? I can't do that because I got the daily loss limit. I gotta go in and see where I'm at on that. The account has not updated yet. It looks like the daily loss limit is 5%, and it's a hard stop. So if I lose 5%, then I lose the account. I'm not going to be able to take it all the way up here because then retraces, then I will be reason behind the gold long is the reason behind the gold long. Good question. Basically this break and retest of that level. That's the reason I went long in gold. Had to move up. It move up here to get those highs and then retesting that level. I'm now waiting for the weekly open to get reclaimed, and hopefully we can stop moving higher from here. Let's take a look at US 30. Oh, my EU long is stopped out long time ago. Yeah, this is not a bad area. I think we've already put in the low. I think. Quite the boring market today. We're not really seeing much. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna pick up my kid, and I'm not gonna be live tomorrow in my usual session because I'll be doing the CMT test during that session. So I'm gonna go pick up my kid, and then I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna study Candlestick patterns. I need to brush up on my knowledge on candlestick patterns, and then I need to read up on statistics and probability. Okay. Well, thank you all for joining today. Thank you all for joining, and thank you all for being engaged in the comments, asking all of those good questions, and coming in with good question, short requests, all of that. Really, really appreciate all of you tuning in. All right, see you all. I'm probably gonna come in tomorrow at some time at least. Okay, take care, guys. Thank you for joining, and see you all tomorrow.